Hey y'all, my name is Matt, and welcome to Improv and D&D. We're gonna be rocking some 5e action for y'all tonight. To start things off, before we get introduced to our illustrious, beautiful cast this evening, I do want to say a few things. First off, the adventure that we'll be running through is one that has been written by Sly Flourish. This is Vault of the White Queen. The art and, of course, the system that I'll be showing and using here has been designed by Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. And the virtual tabletop that I'll be using is Foundry. So, now let's get to our cast. For each of us, I'll simply need name, pronouns, maybe a quick little promo if you've got one, and a quick one-line blurb about your character. Let's start with Rachel with Henry on deck. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel. She, her pronouns are just fine. And I will be playing Dab, who is really just here for the vibes.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, Henry with Wesley on deck.
Hi, I'm Henry. I will be, or he, him are my pronouns, and I'll be playing Malden. He's a tabaxi monk who just kind of likes to wander around.
Awesome, awesome. Next, we've got Wesley with Luke on deck.
I'm Wesley. He, him pronouns. I will be playing Rain. As long as you pay him, he'll do whatever you ask.
Nice, nice. Finally, last but not least, Luke.
Oh, you can call me the least. That's totally fine. I'm Luke. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me at Luke Howiter. I'm sure that's in the description. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. It's the same across the board. And I'll be playing Trevor Eckel. He's a simple half-orc who's trusting the wrong person.
Excellent, excellent. Well, speaking of Trevor, we'll do a quick zoom in now. We'll go from character to character. First off, Trevor. In this moment, this first moment at least, Trevor's happy. Trevor is with, someone he cares deeply about. What might Trevor be doing in this moment, Luke?
Trevor's big thing when he was with this lovely person is he would sit near her while she was reading a book, and he would crack open a book and pretend to be reading it because he really liked just kind of being with her as she was doing something she loved. Truth be told, he was probably zoning out while staring at the page, and every once in a while he'd remember what he was doing and he'd turn the page to make it look like he made some progress.
Delightful, delightful. And as Trevor is pretending to read this book, would you mind describing how Trevor looks? Like how would you describe Trevor's appearance?
Well, Trevor is a half orc. He's kind of unique. He's a little bit small for a half orc. He's just barely over 6 feet tall. He has short, curly black hair, a nice curly beard. The thing about Trevor is he's like crazy hot, like perfectly cut, like the really deep, like soulful eyes. But because he was kind of raised around a lot of orcs, his standards for beauty are really different. So he's super hot, but has no idea he is.
Nice.
So if you can imagine, he's probably perched in this sweet little reading nook, way too big for the chair he's sitting in, holding a book that's maybe a little bit smaller than he would like, and staring at the page.
Fantastic. Fantastic. It's at this point that, would you care to tell us, namely for my benefit, just so I don't pronounce the name wrong, what's the name of this woman he cares about?
That would be Elisaria.
Elisaria. Well, Elisaria turns over to Trevor, and she looks at the book, and she says, "So, how's the reading coming along?"
In terms of what I understand, not good. In terms of my enjoyment, very good.
Well, we are relaxing, so I think that's the most important thing, right?
Yes. Unless this is a trick question, in which case the answer is no.
And as Trevor and Elisaria share just a quick laugh, the sound of cackling breaks this daydream as we go to Trevor just a little bit in the future. And he's no longer with Elisaria, and at the moment, walking through the streets, just a light rainfall drenching his clothes. How does he walk now? How does his face look now?
It's kind of like the same face of concentration, but there's no longer a book. I'm sure his brow is very full, very furrowed, and he feels very sorrowful. And he's probably like really lost in his thoughts, which is difficult for him. So his body's kind of affected. His feet are dragging, and he's kind of lumbering. And I do think Trevor is the type of person who would cry openly, even on the street. So I think there are actually some tears going down his face as well.
Well, as Trevor has this sorrowful look, as he's walking, his eyes are getting like a little blurry with the wetness. When you suddenly hear the sound of, it's almost like just joy and jubilation as doors ahead of you swing open and you see a lot of people streaming out from this fairly old but big building. The decorations are fairly well maintained, though they seem to have intended for a vibe of this being like a classic structure. And Trevor, as the last of this crowd leaves, you do see, as the doors close again, a poster. And on this poster, you see a gentleman with brown hair, a mustache, and goatee. He's dressed immaculately. Tucks and tails, white gloves, a cane with a white tip at the top in one hand, and 5 aces in the other hand. And at the top, you see the title, Dagnabbit the Indescribable. Miracles as far as the eye can see. And as Trevor is gazing upon this poster, he hears a voice call out from the left in his periphery. And this voice says, "Impressed?"
Yeah. There's at least one word on there I don't know how to read.
"Oh, it must be my name. I'll say."
Indescribable.
Oh, I see. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. And this gentleman, he reaches out a hand for you to shake. He's smiling at you, and he says, "I am Dagnabbit, the Indescribable."
Is he wearing his gloves right now?
Oh, yes, he is. And it's like, maybe as you look down at the gloves, he does look down too, and he says, "Oh, excuse me." And he'll take it off and go for a hand-to-hand shake.
I think Trevor shakes his hand, but he will be really preoccupied by the glove because he's never seen a glove that white before. It's hard to maintain cleanliness as far as he's concerned. So something so white is like really confusing.
Oh, well, he'll notice that you're looking at the glove, and then he'll say, "Oh, does this fascinate you?"
Who do you clean that yourself?
Well, sometimes I clean it. And then he does a quick wave, and then it disappears. And he says, "Sometimes someone else does, whoever finds it."
Boy, I hope you got a lot of gloves, because that one, I don't think it's coming back.
Oh, why don't you, take a look in your back pocket?
Trevor checks his back pocket.
And there's the glove.
I think Trevor will hold the glove in his hand, and again, like he's not a person that's ashamed of this. He will begin openly weeping, this time tears of like wonderment and joy, and he'll finally look up at Dagnabbit and he'll say, "I have been searching for so long for somebody like you."
Well, I mean, you found him.
I need your help. I need the magic.
Yeah. I mean, are you here to see a show, or what are you after? We just did our last show tonight, in this city at least.
I need magic to get Elisaria back.
Oh, well, when it comes to matters of the heart, I'm a sucker, so if you want to learn, why don't you come along and help out a little bit? I'll teach you a thing or two.
If I go with you, you can use your white glove magic to reunite me with Elisaria.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Indescribable, I will go with you anywhere you want.
And he will put an arm around your shoulder. How tall is you said a little bit over 6 foot, maybe? Was that it?
Yeah, between 6 foot and 6'1".
Oh, okay. Yeah, in this case he is able to put an arm around your shoulder, and he will guide you to his just behind the theater. You see a row of caravans. The biggest of which, it's this black and gold carriage with the same depiction of Dagnabbit as you could see on the posters. And now, how does the traveling of Trevor with Dagnabbit look? Like, through the course of traveling from town to town, what does Trevor do? Like, what is his like forte? Is he more inclined to be like muscle, or is he is he providing more like creative inspiration?
I think he fills 3 functions while he's traveling with Dagnabbit. One, Trevor is actually, he loves to cook. It's his favorite thing to do in the world. And so I think he prepared basically every meal that Dagnabbit ate while they were touring around together. 2, he is a big, formidable guy. You know, he's a half-orc barbarian. He can fight and he can stand up for himself. And I think Dagnabbit likes to use him as muscle, even sometimes maybe in ways that Trevor doesn't understand. Like maybe somebody comes to collect a debt and Dagnabbit will just sick Trevor after him to scare him away. And I think finally, every once in a while, Dagnabbit wants to have somebody very hot on stage to assist him with a trick. And it helps that Trevor is always completely in awe of whatever Dagnabbit does.
Excellent. Excellent. In this case, absolutely. Protection from collectors, the very hot magician's assistant who is always able to draw the eyes of the audience while Dagnabbit is able to pull off some particularly difficult sleight of hand. I will want to know real quick, as far as cooking is concerned, is there like a specialty that Trevor has? Like his pièce de résistance when it comes to food?
Yes, but funny enough, he has never cooked this particular dish for Dagnabbit.
Oh.
It is a
okay.
dish that is particular to him and Elisaria.
Great. Okay. Awesome. So, with that, with Trevor seeking, hoping for help from this magician, we'll zoom out and zoom into another part of the city, to a small but upscale tavern. We zoom in to see Rain, a man with a drink, eyeing the rest of the people moving around. Amidst the sleek black leather booths and stools with shiny metal legs, servers are moving around in black vests, slacks, and deep velvet bow ties. What does Rain look like? And also, is he more of a sitting at the counter on one of the stools kind of guy, or is he more into like a corner booth or something?
Corner booth is more his style. More not as vulnerable as the counter.
Great.
He's he's got an athletic build. He's not too big, not too skinny. About 5'10", 5'11" He's got long dark brown hair. He's got like some scruff on his face, but it's mostly clean. Fairly common clothes, almost basic, but if you sort of look at him a bit, you notice they're like his clothes are pristine, even though they're more commonplace clothes. And he just sort of sits at the back corner so he can see everybody eyeing his escape, seeing who comes in, who leaves.
Excellent. And Rain, as you sit, as you drink your drink, eventually the person that you're looking for arrives. And this gentleman is wearing a black suit with purple trim. He has very neat, styled, short black hair, and of course, very noticeable on him is a small cufflink of a set of balanced scales. Now, at this point, I am gonna do just a quick little switch over so that I can show everyone what these scales look like. Now, this gentleman, as he sees, he takes just a quick look around the bar, and Rain, I mean, you've been here for a little bit, just to keep an eye out, trying to make sure that you have all the exits covered. You see him, and you see him do a quick look around, but you can very clearly tell that he is not quite as well acquainted with this sort of activity. And so his quick look is very, I mean, in a way, it becomes more obvious to people that he's trying to be casual, trying too hard to be casual. But he sees you, and then he goes straight to you. And he immediately says, Rain? Hello.
I sort of lean in a bit towards him. Were you followed?
Oh, I'm sure I wasn't.
I sort of watch the door behind him to make sure nobody comes in after him.
And you do see, like, as you're keeping an eye on him, it seems as though, like, quite a few eyes in the bar did a quick glance over, maybe a little double take to him, but there doesn't seem to be anyone in particular who is like actively tailing him by any means.
So I set my drink down and I lean in a little closer to him and I get real quiet and I start speaking in Celestial. What did you need from me?
And he furrows his brow for a second, and then you see a look of realization on his face, and he says, in Celestial, "Oh, sorry, I forgot. Well, I need you to go to Deep Delver's Enclave. I've got a task for you. This may be a little bit different than what you've been tasked with before, but I assure you that as far as your reward for this is concerned, it will be substantial."
Well, if my payment's there, I'll be there.
Good. I'll tell you this. As far as your skills are concerned, I think it might be in line with it, though, as I said, quite different. What we need is for you to go there and prevent as many deaths as you can. The people there, they aren't meant to die. At least not now. The more successful you are, the better the reward will be. Whether it be a long life, a good life, a king's life, he will provide if you're successful.
Well, as long as I'm getting my payment, I'll do whatever you ask. If that is assured to me, I will make my way there.
Yes, of course. And, well, for the first roll of the session, could I have you do just a quick religion roll for me?
Let's see. That's a whopping 9.
Great. What I'll tell you is that you do recognize, of course, that the deity that this gentleman is representing here is someone very high up. And it's like when you see his cufflinks, you do recognize them as being the symbol of a very powerful deity. But the name escapes you, at least at the moment. And he says, oh, go ahead.
I sort of lean in a bit, sort of looking at his cuffs. Is he directly involved, or is this just you and your leaders?
Well, he would rather not be involved. As far as this little area is concerned. If it reaches a point where he needs to be involved, then it would be, I'd say, a nightmare for me and the people around me.
So discretion is part of this deal, then?
Yes, I would appreciate it. If you can be the savior from the shadows, that would be greatly appreciated.
I sort of grab him by the collar and pull him in a little closer. If discretion's what you're looking for, I'd suggest you practice it as well.
Well, let's... And it's like he does look a little bit embarrassed, thinking his arrival here. And he looks up to you and says, well, that's why we delegate, right?
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
Yes. Of course. So, at this point, we will do a little zoom out. A zoom out from Rain, from this upscale tavern, and pan over to a happy feline fella wandering about, smile on his face. Henry, what does Malden look like?
Well, Malden is kind of like not too short, but not too tall. He's about like 5'10" or so, 5'9". And he's wearing this long kind of vest, almost robe-like, bare chest, except for these prayer beads that kind of wrap around the bottom part of his torso. As well as some like bandages that wrap up his knuckles and his feet. He's got kind of like baggy pants, kind of like Aladdin. All of it's a kind of dark black and purplish colored. This long scarf that hangs around his neck. Most notably, though, is his fur, which he is covered in head to toe in a kind of like gray, almost snow leopardy kind of fur, just a little bit darker rather than white. It's like a grayish.
Ooh.
And that's Malden. He's got pointy little ears with black tufts on the tips.
Fantastic. Well, as Malden is wandering about, you do notice that there is an old gnome gentleman who has a stack of, even from where you are, just based on the fact that he seems very flustered. The papers in his hands are just kind of in every which way, and you can see that it's a stack of maps. He looks confused, and he's scratching his head, and he's looking around when he sees you. And a smile creeps on his face, and he says, would you mind, young man, giving me some guidance?
Of course. Why wouldn't I? Where exactly is it you need to go?
Delightful. Well, I really need some help getting to, And then he takes out a small pair of spectacles and raises it up to his face, and he says, Deep Deep Delver's Enclave? That's where I'm going. Yeah, yes, that's where I'm going. Would you mind helping me out?
Deep Delver's Enclave, huh? Well, let me see that map right there. I kind of reach out for the map.
Excellent. And he'll hand it over to you happily. And in the course of Malden helping him, he regales you with tales. At the very least, at first, you definitely know that Deep Delver's Enclave is located in the mountain known as Black Claw. And it's home to the ruins of the Grendleroot. This rises at the center of a remote valley, and as y'all are journeying through, he regales you with tales, such as spies of the Grendleroot erupted without warning and grew at great speed and then stopped. Oh, they haven't moved in the 2 centuries since they appeared. I've heard that they're slightly warm to the touch, cannot be broken or damaged by any physical or magical means.
That's amazing. Seems
Yes.
like a wondrous place.
Yes, I think so too. You are a good listener, Malden.
Oh, thanks. My mom always did tell me I had an ear for listening.
Oh, she must be so proud.
I imagine she is. I haven't seen her very much in the last few years, but I do send money back every now and then when I get a chance.
Oh, well, I hope you do have some time to pay her a visit. I'm sure she misses you greatly.
Life's too short for visiting older people, though. Sometimes you gotta get out. You gotta go see things.
Ah, well, you are young and got that wanderlust about you.
Well, I've always been kind of a wanderer. From one place to the next, here and there.
Excellent. Well, we'll fast forward a little bit. And when Malden and you do learn eventually, I mean, this gentleman's name, he's so much more enraptured by his research, by the prospect of exploring the Grendleroot, that it takes you a while. I mean, eventually you reach a point where you have to intentionally ask him for his name. His name is Gonkin. But when the two of you do arrive, he is exhausted, breathless. But when he does see Deep Delver's Enclave, you see him, he's like, oh, there it is! And he tries to surge forward with renewed vigor, but you can tell that his body is unable to support his rejuvenated mind, and he begins to topple over. What do you do?
I'll reach out and kind of, as he surges forward, I'll try and grab him by the collar of his shirt.
And you're able to very easily do this. He doesn't weigh very much. You're able to grab him by the back of the shirt, and it's like as you grab the back of the shirt, it's almost like you're, without even trying, you end up hoisting him off his feet.
Now hold on there. It's been a long journey. Take your time.
Yep, you're probably right.
I'll set him back on his feet.
And there is a little tavern just right next to where Gonkin very nearly fell over. But someone from inside calls out, "Hey, do you guys need to rest? We've got chairs, we've got beds. This old geezer looks like he's on his last legs."
Yeah, you could say that. I definitely need a place to rest. What about you, Gonkin?
Yes, I suppose so. So responsible.
Well, come on, it's on me.
And as the two of you go in, the gentleman who had called out says, "Is this your father?"
Nah, I never met this man before. Up until recently. Asked for a guide, and here I am.
Why are you helping him out?
Yeah, well, when someone asks for help, you help them.
And when you say that, immediately a few people are looking over, and a young dwarf woman, immediately runs up and says, "Oh my gosh, hey, do you know how to fix roofs?"
Roofing? I had an odd job down, I guess it was Eastways somewhere. I did a little bit of roofing, some thatching.
Great. And she'll guide you. We'll do a quick fast forward, and it's as Malden is helping people out, people just keep flocking to him. The Grelith family, Annabelle Grelith, asks him to help with tending to their horses since Arthur has caught ill, her husband, and even O'Brien Vessel, a young boy. He asks, "So I heard that you like helping people?"
I mean, like's a strong word. Just when people need help, you should help them.
Oh, great. I'm trying to be a man who's experienced in the world, but I haven't seen anything beyond Deep Delver's Enclave. Can you help me find some sand?
Sand?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I could definitely try.
Great. And he immediately raises his hand up to grab yours, probably just the last two fingers of your hand. And he immediately starts leading you in a direction. He very clearly doesn't understand where to go, but with Malden's, with your knowledge and ability to navigate, you're able to find a nice little small beach next to a lake, and Malden helping all these people in need. The ever handy Tabaxi, you develop a reputation, and the entrance at the upcoming talent show all clamor for your assistance, whether it be for set building, for the faux night sky of stars, for Odra Windvane's song, or, since you're already friends, basically, helping O'Brien Vessel run a few lines. And speaking of lines, we're going to cut over, and at this point, the talent show, it's almost time. It's almost time to see the acts, to see the performances, and we zoom into the backstage area, away from Malden to a new performer in the green room, a new performer who's arrived to Deep Delver's Enclave. And at this moment, Rachel, would you like to describe what Dab looks like?
Dab is a pretty average size halfling. Curly, bright orange red hair. Dresses like a space hippie from the 1960s. And when you look at her, it always a little bit hazy. Not because of any magical effect.
Nice. Well, as she's smoking, getting ready, of course, she's quite the performer. She's reciting some poetry, playing some music, providing inspiration to the other performers in this backstage area. And, sorry, I almost almost totally forgot. Dab does have a little friend, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's not quite sure where he is right now. He just does whatever, sort of. Her pet hedgehog, his name is Vape.
Delightful. Delightful.
At some point, she'll realize that she's lost track of him and she'll panic a little bit until she can find him again.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, amidst, like, you are able to find Vape, and amidst all of that, there is a woman, also a fellow halfling with long braided red hair, and she's been like kind of glancing over every now and then, and it seems like every time you perform like another little piece or you calm someone else down, this halfling, like, she initially had just the most focused look on her face, like she's trying to go through everything she's working on, trying to get in the zone, but she's softening with everything. And then she comes up to you and says, "Oh, you are quite good with instrument."
Hey, thanks.
"Yes,
What's your
my name is Lucy. Lucy
Lucy?
Brownstones."
That's such a pretty name. Do you want to
Thank
hit?
you. Like strike?
No, like, and she gestures to her long stem Gandalf pipe, except hers has like flowers painted on it. No,
Oh.
like, do you want it's got rose petals mixed in. I find it's like really nice for creativity. Or I've got some tea if you want something a little bit more like out there.
Oh, yes. But before a little relaxation, would you... I have a favor to ask of you.
Yo, what's up?
With your instrument skills, would you consider giving me a little accompaniment with my performance? And
Oh.
she reaches into her bag and she pulls out 5. They're all like different colors. You've got a yellow one, a red one, a blue one, an orange one, and a black one. And these are just little round balls. And she like throws one up in the air and says, I fear that without music, it doesn't have the same effect."
Whoa, is that allowed though? Cause like I don't know if I can like do that with I'm performing, but like you know what I can do though for sure. Like we can ask somebody about the accompaniment, but what I can do here. And she takes a big like inhale off of her pipe and blows out a perfect smoke ring. As she does, she plays a little melody on her lyre, and the smoke ring morphs into a little mote of light that circles around Lucy's head for just a little bit of extra inspiration.
Nice. Nice. And
Yeah, like we can find out about the music, but like even if you don't, like I got you.
And as you're doing this, you do notice that, of course, another group has come in. And this group, they have embroidered on their clothes Archibald. And you may have heard that this is the Archibald family, a family of trapeze artists. And as they come in, they're stretching, they're limbering up. And as they're doing that, they notice what you're doing. And one in particular, Mandy Archibald, a woman that stands about 5'6", golden blonde hair tied up in a ponytail. She makes eye contact with you and she smiles. Just this beaming, radiant smile. as you're helping, as you're creating this mote of light for Lucy Brownstones. Now,
Hey, what's
a-
up?
as Dab calls out, we're gonna do a quick little zoom out here, where, of course, there is the arrival of the big black and gold caravan of carriages and wagons painted on the side. Of the most well-maintained and beautiful of these, there is the painting of the gentleman with brown hair, mustache, and goatee, dressed immaculately, tucks and tails, white gloves, cane with the white tip at the top in one hand, 5 aces in the other hand. And here, of course, let's set where everyone is. Of course, we have Dab backstage getting ready, making eyes, maybe. We have Henry. When it comes to Malden, this talent show, I'd say Gonkin is, he probably insisted on you enjoying yourself a little bit. Oh, my bad. I just received word, news update. Dab is happily married. My apologies. Being made eyes at. Now, Malden, Gonkin kind of insists on you going in to enjoy yourself a bit as he's working and making some calculations. So, where do you see Malden? There's, of course, the performance stage. There are a lot of chairs set up. This is all outdoors. I mean, I could see there also being people who want Malden's assistance if he is shown to be available. So what do you think, Henry?
Is there a place for like serving drinks or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd be around.
All kinds of drinks.
Yeah, he'd be around there.
Excellent.
Just kind of posted up somewhere, probably taking whatever cup they're serving the drinks in and then pouring it into his own personal gourd and just...
Great. Okay. Now we'll go over to Rain. Rain, of course, you have your mission. You've come to Deep Delver's Enclave. And you hear word immediately of this talent show where everyone is going to be congregating. Where would you situate yourself in these circumstances?
So first thing, I would order like a mead or an ale, but I would be nursing it for like hours. Like I want it to look like I'm drinking, but I'm just like sipping. I'd be hanging towards the back so I can sort of look out and just see the people and make sure like I can see what's going down, what's happening.
Great. Fantastic. And finally, with, of course, our good friend Trevor. Trevor, where do you expect Trevor to be? Like, as far as maybe what Dag Nabbit has asked of you?
As always before a show, Trevor is actually carefully picking pieces of lint off of Dag Nabbit's costume. But he is basically in preparation to get Dag Nabbit ready for the stage. So he will be backstage kind of in that zone. He's maybe in one of the caravans right now, but yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we know where all of our players are. At this point, I need everyone to make a little perception check for me.
Oh boy.
Not my strong suit.
All right.
I rolled a natural 20.
Nice! Fantastic.
That is a
But her perception modifier is +3, so.
Sick.
yeah, that is a 3 for Trevor.
Okay, yeah. I could imagine Dag Nabbit just being like the biggest hassle in the world when it comes to his presentation. And so, I mean, you're focused on him. You have to be. You gotta be. And so outside, it's a little outside of your sphere of focus at the moment.
Malvin got a 12.
Malden 12. Great.
And with my 0 wisdom, I've got a 10.
Okay. Cool. Well, at this point, maybe it's just because Dab is the most in tune, here for the vibes, right? You're most in
with creation and the universe.
Oh yeah. And so like when everything is flowing, you notice, but you also notice when things suddenly change. And of course, with the annual Enclave talent show in full swing, Odra Windvane had just entertained the house with her haunting rendition of Stars in the Darkness. Cloud Willowspur is about to start his yearly crowd pleaser, a bottomless mug of mead, when suddenly the cracked voice of a gnome breaks the silence. And Dab, you're the first to notice. In this case, maybe Malden is serving up a drink. Eventually you hear, as does Rain. But Trevor, you're way in the back. You're tending to Dag Nabbit. You don't hear this until we reach, of course, the critical moment. What breaks the silence is the sound of Malden, your friend, Gonkin, who yells, The Grendleroot awakes! Protect yourselves! And the folks in attendance are looking confused. They're trying to see who called out. And then a moment later, and this is where Trevor notices too, the ground begins to shake. Through the open front doors, the 2 Grendleroot spires in front of this performance area can be seen to twisting like screws. The larger spire along the Enclave's thoroughfare lurches 5 feet higher, great cracks spreading through the stone around it. And as the quake continues, buildings shake, buildings begin to collapse, the people of the Enclave begin to panic, and at this point, I'm gonna go in the order of the perception checks, but Dab, from where you are with this woman making eyes at you, suddenly you see her as well as 2 of her family members fall as a deep crack forms beneath them and they begin to stumble and slip. But being trapeze artists, each of them are able to grab onto each other's arms, linking together, but it looks like the crack is beginning to spread. What do you do, Dab?
Everybody's got to get out. Everybody's got to get out right now. There's something really wrong here. Oh, okay. Okay, this is not a vibe. Lucy.
Yes.
Help grab them.
Oof.
Where's Vape?
Yes.
I don't know where Vape is. Okay. And she goes to start trying to pull the trapeze artists up and out of the crack to help them out, but also simultaneously like, no, we all gotta go. Everybody out.
Great.
Something is really wrong.
Great. In this case, I would like you to roll a little either persuasion or performance to get everyone's attention back here, to get them in the same sort of state of urgency as you are.
So this is the kind of night it's going to be. My first was a 20 and my second's a 1. However, I do have a performance modifier of +7.
Okay.
So that'll be an 8.
Great.
I'm just like, hey guys,
Okay.
we gotta go.
Okay. Great. In this case, like maybe it's just because your attention is split because you're trying to help the trapeze artists while trying to find Vape, while trying to get everyone's attention. And so it's kind of a little broken off. You are able to get 2 of the people that are just sitting around to start running around and start helping, but you aren't able to get the waves of people to leave yet. But in the course of this, you are able to help pull out Annabelle and her family members. Now, I'm gonna move over to Malden real quick. And Malden, with your 12, you do notice someone. You do notice, of course, it is O'Brien Vessel, the young boy that you helped find sand a little while ago. But he's frozen. He's not sure what to do. As you see, there are, in the back at least, because it's so obvious, they can see the spires twisting and turning through the earth. They are panicking to the point that they're just looking for a path to go. And you can see this crowd, they're about to run towards O'Brien, but they don't seem to see O'Brien. What do you do, Malden?
Okay, I'm looking around, see that happening. I go, oh, well, that ain't good. And I'm going to take off toward O'Brien and try and kind of scoop him up and out of the way.
Great. So from where you are, I'd like you to do a little acrobatics of like getting over that little bar area to get across quickly and nimbly enough to be able to snatch O'Brien away from this crowd that's about to trample.
Not great. It's gonna be a 10.
10. Okay. Now, we see Malden running towards this small boy, and, Rain, from your position in the back, you do see this very nimble tabaxi running towards this small boy. You do notice this small boy seems to be in the line of this crowd, and you know that most likely Malden will reach him, but they might not be fast enough to get out of the way. What do you do?
So I would say, what is sort of like the layout of like the bulk of the people? Because the way that I'd be looking at it is more as a whole, as opposed to like watching individuals, making sure they're okay.
Right. I'd say in this case, it's like because this performance is so looked forward to by everyone. There's just like a mass of people in little folding chairs. But as they start to panic, they all like get up and they're like trying to run, scattering outward from the stage area, trying to run in essentially the closest direction they can. And so there's a wave of maybe 20 people heading towards this tabaxi and this child.
Okay. Then how far would you say I am from this child?
You're about 20 feet away from him.
Okay. Then I would probably cast Mage Hand and try to grab his shirt and pull him towards the tabaxi, because the tabaxi seems to be like capable.
Fantastic. Okay. So in this case, like just positioning wise, just getting everything, making sure that you're on the same page. I'm gonna give Malden a second acrobatics roll. Consider it like advantage in this case, as Rain assists with a mage hand.
Oh, a lot better. That's gonna be a 19.
Fantastic. So you see, in this case, Rain, is your hand the invisible kind or is your hand the spectral kind?
It's spectral. It's kind of got like a reddish like glow to it.
Great, great. So Malden, you see this reddish glow hand appear and pull the young boy in your direction. So you're able to scoop him up and dash out of the direct path of this group of 20 people. Now we're gonna go over to Trevor. Trevor, as you feel the tremors beneath you, at this point you can hear some people yelling, some people screaming, and you look outside and you see someone doing something heroic. But in this case, you can tell she can't do it alone. You see our good friend Dab here helping someone out of this crack whilst calling out, whilst also trying to find someone or something. So what do you do, Trevor?
Okay. Can I hear what Dab is saying?
Yes. By the time, like, it did take you a second, but by the time you're able to peek out, it's like you can still hear her calling out for people to get out of here, to find someplace safe.
Okay. And I'm standing at the window of the caravan.
I'd say you're just out the door. Like, the door is open. Like, with the shaking, Dagnabbit probably wanted you to check on it. And so, just peeking out, you can immediately see the chaos unfolding outside.
Okay. Trevor will turn to Dagnabbit and say, "Stay here." And then he's going to run out of the caravan towards Dab, who's helping the people out of the crevice.
Yes.
But I think partway there, he's going to get a little mixed up in his mind, thinking about what to do during an earthquake, and he's going to get confused and start running zigzag towards Dab. But he will finally get there. I think. How close is Dab?
I'd say Dab was probably about 25 feet away. But I will say this, Dab, you do see this about 6'1"-ish gentleman coming out of that caravan with like a determined look on his face, and then he starts zigzagging. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, actually. About how far away is he, did you say?
I'd say once he's gotten out and he started zigzagging a bit, he's probably about 18 feet away from you.
Dude, what are you doing? Just get over here, please. I need some help.
Safety is important.
That's not... Okay. And to the people who weren't listening to me before, what I'd like to do is I have the message cantrip.
Great.
And just start pointing to people, like one person from each group or act, and just be like, run now.
Fantastic. So, in this case...
So I see her pointing to people and saying run?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you
Trevor...
don't hear it. Well, I'll say this, Rachel.
Okay.
When you do it, are you also saying it verbally in addition to the mental sound that the message is
sending? For the message cantrip, it's whispered.
Okay. So in this case, Trevor, you see her pointing, but you don't hear what she's saying.
Okay. I'll probably say to Dab, because usually Trevor is used to Dagnabbit pointing at people, and Trevor runs to scare him away.
Mm-hmm.
So with her pointing at everybody, he'll probably say to Dab, "Do you need me to go scare them?"
What? No. Help me pull these people up.
Right. He reaches down. He's like super strong, and these are acrobats. Yeah, they're all kind of small.
Oh yeah.
He probably picks up both of them and Dab, like very easily, just lifts all three of them up.
Well, we'll see because I need you to make an athletics check here.
Oh,
Now,
no.
with the assistance here, Dab, I'm going to have you do a persuasion with advantage.
I need to make my
Solid.
athletics
Also,
roll.
I realized I should have re-rolled that natural one because I am a halfling,
Oh,
but it's whatever.
yeah.
Okay, so that's a 10. 12. So I rolled a 12, so that'll be a 19 for, you said persuasion or performance?
Yes. Yes. Either one.
We're going to do performance then, because that's a +7. That'll make me a 19.
Great. Great. And what was your athletics?
He rolled a 12.
Okay. Okay. I mean, Dab was already, like, getting it started, getting it going. In which case, maybe Trevor, like, as you get there, still just a little bit confused in this case, zigzagging, doing all that. You are able to grab hold, and the two of you together are able to pull these trapeze artists out of that crack in the ground. And Dab, as you're communicating this time, maybe because there was quite a bit of a hubbub, it was pretty loud, but as you're very clearly, your voice is ringing in the ears, in the head of these people, they immediately recognize that something's wrong, and they start in a very determined, focused manner, not in a state of panic, but with that sense of urgency. They begin running out as well. Now, at this, go ahead.
Did Trevor succeed at picking me up?
Yes, absolutely. Well, like
Yo,
pulling
dude,
y'all
please.
out of the.
Please put me down. Please. I don't.
Oh, I'm not still holding you. I
Okay.
picked you up, set you down immediately.
I'm gonna get back to looking for vape.
Great. Roll a perception check for me.
I keep rolling 20s for perception.
Nice, nice. Okay. In this case, you see like Vape seems to have wandered into just like a little place underneath. Like you can see his little butt poking out from beneath one of the curtains at the stage, but he looks like he's shaking quite a bit.
I'm gonna run over and scoop him up like, hey buddy, hey, it's okay, we're gonna get you, we got you, I got you.
Great. As you run to the curtain, you're able to see out that there are quite a lot of people who are running away, and you do notice, two other people. We have our Malden and Rain, two other people who are also here who have that same look of determination, that same look of these are the people who are here to help that are out there. And of course, there is this older gentleman out here as well. And at this point, Gonkin calls out again. I need everyone to roll another perception check.
14, rolled a 14, that's a 17 with my modifier.
Okay.
That's a 2 for Trevor.
Okay. That makes sense.
I got 15.
Great.
4. So I'm always just above Trevor.
Great. Great. In this case, Rain, maybe it's just a matter of like you were able to successfully save this young boy. But it's like focusing on the mage hand, trying to make sure that there's no one else amidst the crowd that is being like squashed, trampled by any means. You're focused on that. Trevor, you're still in the back, making sure that the trapeze people are good, as well as Dagnabbit.
I'm gonna switch to physical dice.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. But
I told you from the
Trevor's
beginning.
like wiping dust off of the trapeze artists. And then he tells him, "You heard that, little girl. Go on, get out of here."
Oh, snap.
45.
Snap. At this point, Malden and Dab, you see Gonkin, and he says, well, I think, and as he's stammering a bit, a little piece of like this spire juts out from the ground and impales him through the shoulder. And the two of you can see that as it impales him through the shoulder, it looks like it's shaking as though it's going to continue to move upward. So, Malden and Dab, what do you do?
How far away is he?
I'd say from where you are, 45 feet.
And how far away is he from me?
He's about 15 feet from you.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just gonna start running towards him at this point. Like,
And what about O'Brien? What's going on with him? Is he still right next to me?
O'Brien is right next to you. You were able to scoop him up and get him out of the way of the masses. And
So is he okay right here?
Yes, he looks scared, but he is safe, at least from trampling crowds.
Okay, I'm gonna crouch down and kind of look at him and go, "All right, buddy. Now you just need to get on out of here, okay? There's more work. More people need
All right.
help, but I need you to go home."
Okay,
And then
Thank
I'll
you.
turn and start heading toward Gonkin.
great. So, Malden and Dab, as the two of you are running towards Gonkin. Gonkin, he looks a little bit confused as he's like yelling out, "Oh, what's going on?" Now, Rain, you do see the Tabaxi gentleman running towards, as well as a halfling running from the stage towards what you now notice as an elderly gentleman who is his shoulder has been impaled by a spire that has risen up from the ground. What do you do, Rain?
So I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself just to be safe, and then, does it sort of seem centralized then, where all these spires are coming up, or is it like just all over the place?
It's just all over the place.
I'm gonna rush to the group. They're helping him from being impaled, or are they on their way?
They're
to-
on their way.
Okay. I'm gonna go to help as well, and as I like reach out to him, I just want to sort of like call out to everybody, "You all need to get out of here. It's not safe."
Great.
yeah, obvi.
Excellent. I'm going to cut over to Trevor right now. Trevor, from the back, it looks like Dagnabbit is. I mean, he looks a bit frazzled, but he seems more focused on, like, he's like, where's everyone going? I mean, they know I'm here to perform, right?
I think Trevor a little bit has been wondering if like the shaking ground was one of Dagnabbit's tricks, because Dagnabbit's always talking about how he wants the grandest entrance ever. And I think this is the first time Trevor is really realizing that like there's something really weird going on. Like with 100% certainty. He was 50% before. Now he's like 100%. Oh no, something really bad is happening. Have I noticed that Dab? Have I noticed Dab running away?
Yes, you notice Dab was able to pick up a small little creature, but then dash off through the curtains to where you would. I mean, having helped Dagnabbit for so long, you would know that she'd be going off to the front of the stage, and sound of the footsteps likely off into the crowd.
Okay. As part of Dagnabbit's show, I have a number of weapons that come up throughout the show. I think I make sure I have all of them in my possession. and I go charging through the curtains where Dab just disappeared, and I go, little girl, please wait.
All right.
Do I hear him?
Yes, you do. But you and Malden, the both of you arrive at the at Gonkin with the spire through his shoulder. What do y'all do?
Oh, hey, little girl. Hey. Gonkin, it's pretty bad, my guy. How bad is the wound? Like, can I just slide him off of it?
You can try. I will say this: if you don't do anything, based on the rumbling and the shaking of the spire, that it might keep going and do more damage.
All right, I'm gonna try and pull him off of it.
So Malden, you grab him by the torso. What is Dab doing while this is going on?
I'm just trying to find anything to break the rock.
Okay. Roll a quick perception check for me.
19 plus my 3 to perception, 22.
Great. Based on your perception, based on the things around, it doesn't look like these chairs would do it. You take a look around, you do see the orc gentleman who helped you. He emerges with some weapons, and you know that. I mean, what were those weapons, Trevor?
So he's awkwardly carrying this wooden box. He has as part of his uniform, he has holsters for them, but he hasn't put them in the holsters yet. So he's kind of awkwardly fumbling with this box that holds a double-bladed scimitar, some hand axes, and some javelins.
Oh, okay. In this case, you see this these weapons kind of jingling around in there. Notably the hand axes, in which case you would suspect that if oh, sorry about that. Okay, sorry, I had a little technical difficulty. It should be up now. But you would know that if you were able to get your hands on one of those hand axes, that you would be able to likely chop this thing off. And I would allow y'all to coordinate if you want to. If maybe Trevor would like to throw one and have Dab catch it to try to take a swing.
Yeah.
So
Throw me an axe, big guy.
Cool. What kind of roll is that?
So, in this case, I mean, I'll just have you make a, an attack roll of a thrown weapon. So, d20 plus strength mod plus proficiency mod.
Righto.
Great. Now, Rain, you see Malden holding up the older gentleman. You see Dab getting ready to catch this axe to cut into this spire. And you also see Trevor at the stage about to throw an axe to Dab. What are you doing, Rain?
I'm going to rush over to the other side and try to help Malden lift up this elderly gentleman.
Fantastic. So in this case, first off, I need Malden, since Rain is helping you, you get to do a little athletics with advantage here.
Can he do the athletics with advantage?
Sure. I'd say both of you, in position. Go for it, Rain.
Oh, I can use my talisman if it doesn't work out.
Excellent.
Let's see. All right, you said athletics or acrobatics?
Yes. Athletics.
Natural 20 plus 1.
Nice.
Sick. So
Physical click clacks are the way to go.
great. Now, Trevor, what was your roll for your throwing the axe?
I got a natural 20 with
What?
plus 5 on
D20
top of it. 25
twins.
total.
Sick. Okay.
Kills dab.
Okay, great. Dab. It's like the throw is perfect. It's like you can, as you see it coming, it's almost as though it matches the perfect trajectory of you being able to catch it and cut down into the spire. So, at this point, I just need to make a little attack roll. You choose either strength or dex mod, just like swinging a hand axe. So, d20 plus strength or dex mod and proficiency mod.
I don't think I have proficiency with a hand axe. Do I?
Oh, and I'd say in this case you do, because that throw was so sick from Trevor that it's like it's as though both of your strengths are combining into this slash.
Cool. Okay. That was a 6 plus my dexterity mod, which is a 4, plus
Great.
proficiency, which comes to 12.
Great. So, in this case, like as you see the spire, it's like the spire wants to continue to move upward. And like you're able to cut into the spire after getting that sick throw from Trevor. You're able to cut into it to the point where the spire, like that point, you're able to slice through. And so as it's trying to force its way up, it's just off. It's not like one piece anymore. So it ends up pushing the spire off just a little bit as Malden and Rain are able to push the old man up and off, preventing the thing from being driven any farther up. And go ahead.
I would say as he comes up, you guys, like, I use my bonus action and there's just like a pulse of light that comes out of Rain, and I use my healing light ability to heal him a d6.
Fantastic. So, with the combined efforts, with the sick throw of the axe from Trevor, the incredible slash cutting off the connection point of the spire from Dab, and with the combined athletic energies of Malden and Rain, and a little bit of healing from Rain at the end, you're able to save Gonkin from, in this case, losing his arm. And Gonkin looks at all of you and says, thank you. And he opens his mouth, and before he's able to say his next words, we're going to go to break, y'all. So, we've reached about the halfway point. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes, everybody. So, thank y'all for tuning in. See you in a sec. Hey y'all, we are back from our break. Thank y'all so much for your patience. Thank you for tuning in. Y'all are amazing. Now, just as a quick recap, of course, all of our heroes, they had arrived in Deep Delver's Enclave around this talent show when all of a sudden the ground started to split apart. Spires started to rise up. People started panicking, but thankfully, through their combined efforts, they were able to save O'Brien Vessel. They were able to save the Archibald family. And they were able to save, of course, good old Gonkin. And Gonkin, after being healed by rain, he looks up to the four of you. I should say five of you, as he also sees Vape, and he says, well, it looks like we've got a veritable group of heroes on our hands.
I just sort of like, as I set him down, go, I wouldn't quite say that.
Oh. Well, hero is in the eye of the beholder, so. Gotcha.
Can I clarify something? Is
Yes.
Trevor close enough? Has he gotten there by now? Or is he still like charging towards them and he can't hear any of this with his big box of weapons?
I'd say you could definitely hear it. Like, enough of the crowd of people around have like run off that like there isn't much sound here anymore. And also even the rumbling, the shaking of the ground is dying down too. So you definitely hear it as you scamper up, Trevor. So I think that's the last of it for now. But this, and he looks over at Malden and says, I'm afraid my calculations are correct here. And well, these aren't natural quakes going on here. I had heard rumor of the Grendleroot, a disturbance down there, and if it cannot be settled down, then this will be the first of many. Yes, Rain.
I want to lean over the fissure and like look down and see like sort of what's in there.
Great. Well, as you look down, you do see just many feet of rock and cracks, and eventually, once we get to the limits of your dark vision, darkness, you don't see any beyond, say, like little bugs and the like. You don't see any organisms that are seeking to find their way up, aside from, of course, maybe some root systems from this spire that had impaled our good friend here. But beyond that, it seems as though the activity has quieted down a bit.
So when Dab hit the spire with the axe, you said it kind of split off and it didn't stop, but it slowed down. What is the spire doing now?
After chopping it off, after being able to pull Gonkin off, it continued to propel upward, but eventually it stopped. I'd say maybe about 40 feet up.
I think Trevor, bless his heart, he's not the best listener. Probably wasn't really listening much to Gonk and was kind of staring up as it continued to grow. And once it stopped, he finally puts down his box of weapons and starts picking them up and putting them in their various holsters. And he kind of just goes like, "What's up with this rock?"
Oh. Well. And he looks over at Malden again and just puts a hand on his shoulder and says, I may be too old for this now. This part at least, but maybe you and these best friends of yours can venture off. What? Hey, don't deny your heart, Malden.
Well, no, it's not really that. It's just I don't know these people.
Oh, but
I'll help
you
if I
fought.
need to.
You fought with them, in a way. You've defended the people with them.
Well, I mean, they're just probably a little like me. They just seen someone who needed help, and they helped them.
Yes. And how many of those are there here? And he looks around, and only the 4 of you, the 5 of you with Vape, are standing here.
Trevor, not really understanding, looks at Mal and goes, "Hey, I'll be your best friend."
Oh, yeah, that's fine with me. You can never have too many friends.
I silently make my way to like the entrance, and I just sort of look out, make sure everybody out there is okay, see if everybody like sort of calm down.
Great. Yeah. When you look, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna just turn to Malden and be like, "You look so soft."
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just like it's my fur. It looks really soft. Sometimes it gets matted if, I get in a tussle or two, but it's kind of soft.
Can I make any kind of, I think Trevor turns his attention back to the spire. Can I make any sort of investigation? Actually, it's not a good choice for me to make an investigation, but he's going to try anyway.
Okay, sure, go for it. And Rain, do a perception check as you take a look outside to make sure everyone's good.
That was a natural 1, which plus my modifier equals out to 0.
Yes.
Excellent. As you take a look at it, you're just like, it looks fairly impressive, but as far as anything that you can gather from it, I mean, it looks like it would be a cool tree if leaves started popping out, but beyond that, unfortunately, you don't really know too much. There aren't any clues on the spire itself. Rain.
So I got a 7, so I'd probably say I've just sort of like leaned out and like is looking with my periphery as I'm like keeping attention on these people in the tent.
Great. Yeah, you take a look outside. There isn't really anyone here except for maybe the little boy that you helped save along with Malden. And it's like he's kind of like looking at you from maybe 30 feet away, and he just gives you a little wave.
I sort of like squat down and like beckon to him with my finger, like, "Come here."
And then he runs over. Yeah?
Were you here with your parents?
No, they don't want me to watch the talent show.
You came in by yourself?
Yep. Well, I mean, Malden is here, so I thought it'd be okay.
You're with the captain?
I'd like to think of us as like partners in crime.
He keeps you safe then?
Yeah. I mean, he's not the only one, though. And he gives you a wink.
Well, I look on the ground for like a little rock or something, like a pebble on the ground.
Oh yeah, you easily find a pebble.
I pick it up and I cast light on the pebble and I hand it to him.
Wow.
Maybe if you get stuck in the dock, that might help you find your way. But if he's the one keeping you safe, stay with him.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is cool. So do you want me to go with you?
Wherever's safe. If he's the one keeping you, then
I'll go with you.
Do I hear this going on too?
Roll a perception check for me.
Oh, not bad. Perception? A dirty 20.
Yeah, you definitely hear it.
I'll kind of like look over. O'Brien, I told you to go on home.
Oh,
It's not safe around here.
Hey, this guy said that. What was your name?
that's not very important now, is it?
It's not very important now, is it? Said that I should go where it's safe.
And it's not very important right now, is it? It seems like a very smart man, but there are cracks in the ground, things growing up out of the earth. I think you should head on home.
If the little boy has to go home, we should probably send the little girl home too.
Roll a perception
Where's-
check,
Is there a little
Trevor.
girl around? I don't see any.
I roll a perception check.
Yes.
Oh, fun. Not bad. That's a 16. That's pretty good.
Great. As you say that, like Dab, do you turn to him as you say, as you spoke, I mean.
Yeah, I was looking at him when I said that.
Great. So then, Trevor, you very quickly realize that Dab is not a small child as you initially thought. If Rachel, if you would like to describe maybe some features to accentuate this and make Trevor feel even worse about his assumption.
She looks like a very small adult. She's got curves. She's got a booty in a way that a small child would not.
Great.
I think Trevor is actually just relieved because this whole time he thought that this kid was like crazy smart and outwitting him at every turn. And now he's like, oh, this is a person like me that's smarter. That's easier to swallow.
Great. So, at this point, Gonkin will back you up, Malden, and kind of shoo O'Brien home. But Gonkin will tell y'all. So, based on my research, I think that if we want to stop this from happening, and it will happen if we don't, to the point of this entire town being destroyed and the mountain around it, you will have to seek out the White Queen. The White Queen is, well, I would be careful finding her. She is no mortal. She's in fact, she's a vampire. She's been sleeping in Black Claw Mountain for centuries. I know 2 ways of getting there. It took quite a lot to find this out. Quite a few years of my life. But, well, I guess it depends. Malden, I know you, but maybe the 5 of you can discuss which method you would prefer. Because the first way is through the village of Redstone, where there's a settlement of humans who worship and venerate the White Queen. I don't know how they'll react to you, but if you can put your best foot forward and be diplomatic, then that might be the way to go. Because the second route is through a vast cavern filled with the bones of the dead. Those hunted and killed by the guardian of the White Queen, the vampire gladiator Threx. So, if I suppose you prefer to speak with your muscle and steel and magic, then that may be the way to go.
I'd like to cast my vote for the way that's not with bones of the undead.
I turn to the gnome. Which way's more direct?
Well, that's the beauty of it. Because both of them are exactly as direct as the other one.
Then I haven't a preference. I'll go either way.
Dab is also at this point going to pull out her pipe again and start packing it.
Malden will uncork his gourd and like take a deep swig of it. Well, I'm up for the more diplomatic approach, honestly. If we can talk our way into it, it seems like the best way to go. Although a cavern sounds like a lot more fun, if I'm being honest.
Well, how about you, young whippersnapper? As he turns towards Trevor.
Trevor is intrigued by the town of people who worship the White Queen. Although, full disclosure, he thinks Venerate is a creature with a spine. So he's kind of like, I guess one way is bones with no spines, and the other way is people with spines.
Nice.
So he kind of slowly thinks about it and goes, I say we go the spine direction.
I knew you were a brave one. Good. Well then. And at this point, he will take out a little map. And I am going to, I'm gonna show this on the stream as well as to all of our players, the map that he produces. And the path on the right side is the one y'all have chosen, where you cut through that little town of those who worship the White Queen. So, is there anything else you want to know before you head off on this journey?
So, like, what kind of vampire is she? Like, is she chill?
Well, she's been sleeping for quite a while, so I'd like to think that she's chill, but I don't know how long she would like to sleep. And I know that if I don't get as much sleep as I would like, I am not chill.
So we just need to get her to go back to sleep.
Oh,
Like a
no.
lullaby or something.
She is, as far as I know, she is asleep, but I think that she would be the one that can stop the Grendleroot from continuing to burst forth with these spires. So you may need to be the ones who wake her. for just a second.
Gotcha. So like a nice light wake up, and
Yes.
she takes out her lyre and starts like fiddling with it, like playing some tunes and like figuring out some tunes. Like, okay, yeah.
Yes. That's nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I take
Trevor-
requests.
Trevor mentally starts like going through all the recipes he's made for Dag Nabbit's breakfast, trying to figure out which one would be the best for a vampire.
I love this himbo so much.
Matt, I'm sorry to break the game for a second, but I did not get the map. Did everybody else, or is it just me?
I
I
did
got a
not.
blank pop up.
I'm gonna click it
I
again.
got nothing.
Oh, my apologies. Well,
It's fine if my
Regardless.
map is blank. I don't think Trevor can read it anyway, but I think one of us should have the map probably.
regardless, I will take y'all to the big map now.
Oh man.
And this is where y'all get to do a little bit of adventuring, because the process after getting some intel from Gonkin, after deciding to venture forth to awaken the White Queen and hopefully diplomatically get her to speak to the Grendleroot. When you head out, you do have to travel through the tunnels and caverns of Black Claw Mountain. And, well, at this point, I do have a big question for y'all. I did kind of just place you because I did want to test something out, but as far as formation goes, when it gets a little more cramped, what order do y'all want to be moving in?
I'm not
I have a
going
preference for rear
first.
because of my extended dark vision.
Okay.
I'm good with being at front.
Okay.
This is I'm sorry to break the logic of the game again. I don't think any of us can see the map.
Not
Oh.
at all.
Hang on 1 second.
Hey.
This is like completely unrelated, but this will buy Matthew some time, so I'll say it. I think Trevor is like really grateful to Gonkin for like everything he did and giving him all the information, even though Trevor didn't understand most of it. So he thinks back to his time with Elisaria, when Elisaria told him about this wonderful book that talks about the languages of love. And he only remembers Elisaria's language of love. So he goes over to the spire, picks up the hand axe that was discarded, and like knocks off a little piece of the spire and gives it to Gonkin and says, "For your research."
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
The giving of gifts is a language of love.
In the upper left-hand corner, can y'all click on where it says Vault Map next to where it says Opening? Is that an available option for y'all?
I'm getting a message that says that I cannot switch scenes until resources finish loading for my current view.
Oh, snap.
I'm
Okay.
in it. I got it. I'm there. I'm
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
I am not.
In this case, we're going to be doing a little bit of theater of the mind here then. So it looks like Malden is the only one who can see this. So I'm going to be doing a bit of describing here. But as y'all head forward through the tunnels,
There we go.
could I have everyone do a little perception check for me?
I would like to let it be known also that my passive perception is 14.
Great.
I did roll a 1, but I'm a halfling, so I'm gonna roll it again.
Fantastic.
I got a 15 with perception check.
Okay.
Trevor
30,
got
20.
a 3.
Nice. And how about Rain? I'm sorry, I didn't hear yours.
Let's see. 10. Also, I clicked refresh on the map and I was able to get in.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to
Same
refresh
for
mine
me.
a couple times.
Okay. So, as y'all are moving forward, Trevor, maybe you're in this moment a little preoccupied, trying to decipher exactly everything that has just been presented to you. Maybe even the prospect of being a hero. But that a little bit of a distraction. You don't quite notice, but everyone else, I'm very slowly and steadily moving y'all up through this little cavern here. But you do see these fissures through this cave. And you also see a little bit farther ahead, light coming from a little house up to the north, as well as a glow coming slightly to the right, where you can see these little mushrooms that have this phosphorescence coming from them. And as your eyes adjust a little bit farther in, you note that there's dim lantern light as well, illuminating the simple houses here built from wood and red clay. You do hear the sound of a little bit farther in, but something that is fairly notable, and I'm going to drag all of you to this point, is this.
Is that a mushroom?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, is there anything you in particular you would like to do with said mushroom?
I have an herbalism kit, so I'm just gonna stick it in that. Gonna maybe grab a couple little ones, just gonna do
Great.
some research on you later.
Great.
I will also do that same thing.
Excellent.
You like mushrooms too?
Yeah, well, not necessarily just mushrooms, but when you go from town to town, sometimes you run low on rations and you find edible things in nature.
I have mushrooms. If you want, I have a mushroom tea. I also do have edibles.
Okay, maybe another time. I would like the recipe for mushroom tea, though. That sounds great.
Oh yeah, no, and you only want to put a little bit in though if you want to be functional,
Oh, you mean that kind of tea? I only I only partake in one thing, and then he taps the gourd on his side.
Okay, well if you ever want to give anything a try, I love to share. I've got some really nice stuff. I mix in lavender petals sometimes. Makes it real smooth.
That's mighty kind of you. I'll certainly think about it.
Also, can I just say, you are magnificent.
Thank you. I guess. I don't know what to do with that information. I'm just myself.
You're
I think Trevor
such
puts a
wonderful
hand on
part of
Mal's
the
shoulder.
universe.
Oh, sorry. I think Trevor will put a hand on Mal's shoulder as he's like, I don't know what to do with that. And he goes, I think you just need to accept it.
You know what? I'm glad we became friends. That's mighty fine advice.
You're my best friend.
Thank you.
Aw.
You're mine too.
And I probably am circling around the group at this point, trying to keep an eye out for any motion or movement.
Great. So, at this point, y'all do hear a little bit of activity coming in from the northeast. There's a little pen up to the right where you see pigs in a pig pen. These pigs have horns. And also, you can hear the sound of water flowing. And to the north of where you are directly, there's this there's just a little pond here. Water's just kind of flowing slowly, and it seems to be like pooling here, but then it's not rising. It seems as though water's going somewhere, but this water is pitch black.
I want to dip my finger in it. Just see if my finger comes away also black.
Okay. Well, you dip your finger in it, and you can see, like, it does stain your finger just a little bit, but as you see it trailing down your finger, you see your that part of your fur might mat just a little bit, but it doesn't like stain permanently.
This water's kind of weird, guys.
Trevor has like a little bit of proficiency with like nature checks. Can I do some kind of nature check on this water?
Sure. And I'd say Rain, like I'd say maybe like amidst the conversation between Trevor and Malden and Dab, you do notice as you're peering out that quite a bit farther north, there is a structure that looks a bit nicer than the other structures around here. This one in particular, it looks, hang on just one second. It's this large temple of white granite that stands in sharp contrast to the red clay buildings. There are beautiful engravings depicting kneeling figures bowing to a robed woman, and these engravings surround the tall open windows high up on the temple's walls, and it's as though you can kind of hear very faintly. It sounds as though someone is speaking inside there, though you can't quite make out what they're saying. It sounds like someone trying to project to a crowd, but you are listening from a distance and through walls. What was that nature check?
That was a 17.
Great. It has the properties that you would suspect of like blood, though it is pitch black.
So knowing that I have like typically better eyesight, I sort of walk up to it and see if I can sort of see into it, or like if it's darkened magically, or if it's like just more not see-through.
I can tell you that is definitely not darkened magically. It's not like someone's cast a spell on the water itself.
Can I see like a source where this is coming from, or is it just sort of pooled in here?
So, it's pooled into that pond right there, but it does extend forth to the west. If you, in the depiction that Gonkin gave you, you would be aware that traveling west up river would lead you, if you went far enough, to the second path with the field of bones. But en route, you would also see a tree.
How far away is that temple that I see? Is that like at the edge of my vision, like 120 feet, or?
The temple would be about 25, 30. I'd say it's about 75 feet away from you.
I go to the group. Well, there's a temple about 75 feet up across this river. It's white, sort of contrast to the clay we've got. Appears to be depictions of people kneeling. Might be of importance, as we're looking for somebody a group of people worshipping, venerating. Might be useful to check out.
So the portraits look like they have spines.
I sort of shoot a like confused look. Yeah, they've got spines, as far as I could tell.
Trevor just like takes off like a speed walk. Like he this is the one thing he remembers. He is for sure going in the right direction now.
Hold on. Oh, and then Malden just follows after him.
Under my breath, I just sort of say, "Thought we were being diplomatic, but all right, let's rush in."
So, at this point, we have Trevor running forward. What is everyone else doing at the moment?
Malden will follow right after him as soon as he sees him go that way.
Same, but with a little less urgency, just like, yeah, like let's go talk to people. Let's see what these people are about.
Great.
And I'm just sort of walking in the direction. I'm not really following, just like, all right, I guess this is what we're doing.
Okay. Trevor, as you run up to the temple, I'm going to be slowly moving everyone up there. Hopefully everything is getting more and more visible as I'm moving y'all up. But as you get up there, Trevor, you can hear the sound of like someone speaking in a way that is fairly similar to how Dag Nabbit would speak sometimes, in kind of a hush tone, and then every now and then you can hear the sound of their voice escalating up, and eventually as Malden, Dab, and Rain get closer, you guys can hear that it sounds like they are, at the moment, there's a sermon going on.
Can I pick out any like specific words?
So, Malden, you want to listen? What is everyone else doing?
Yeah, I'd like to listen.
Great.
I'm sort of like racking my brain, seeing if this is any like deity that I would recognize.
Okay, great. And Trevor?
I think Trevor is now remembering the giving of gifts is a language of love. And so he's like looking around and like patting himself and like looking in his backpack, trying to find a gift to present to these people.
What you looking for, buddy?
I'm trying to find a gift, something good, something they don't have down here.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got some stuff.
He pulls a shovel out of his backpack. Do you think they have these?
Probably.
Darn it.
But like, you know, sometimes shovels break, and it's always really good to have another one on hand.
Great. So, as Trevor is rummaging through his stuff, getting the shovel out, excited, ready, Dab and Malden, I need you to do a perception check, and I want Rain to do a religion check for me.
9.
Not too bad. Perception 14.
Great.
I got a 9 on my religion.
Okay.
I love that Matt's not even asking me to roll perception anymore. He knows it doesn't matter for Trevor.
Hey, you're getting that shovel nice and shiny for them. So what I'd say in this case, Dab, maybe as you're like listening, but also comforting Trevor as far as like his gift ideas. You don't quite notice, but Malden, you do hear inside. It sounds like the person speaking is saying like, so, with the Great Queen, we must always remember to bow and to offer with respect, not pride, not fear, but with respect. When you give of yourself, this is an act of sacrifice. Now, Rain, with your religion, I mean, maybe you're more so acquainted with deities, whereas for the White Queen, she's not on the same level as the people that you've dealt with. The figures, the deities that you've talked with and worked for. And as such, she doesn't seem to ring necessarily any particular bells, though maybe in passing, she doesn't seem like one that would actively want to kill or conquer. So, Trevor, shovel in hand, what are you doing?
Oh, I think Trevor has actually put the shovel back and he's picked out a bedroll because he's thinking to himself that the queen's been sleeping on a marble slab for years and years and she might want something more comfortable.
Oh, that is adorable.
So he's probably like clutching it kind of like this, like it's like a teddy bear that he's holding.
Great.
And he kind of looks around at everybody and he goes, "Are you guys ready?" And then kind of without really waiting for their response, he probably goes to knock on the door.
The sounds from within stop. And then a booming voice calls out, "Do we have visitors?"
Yes.
Please, come forth. You're welcome.
Thank
Does-
you.
Does the door open or are we opening it?
The doors do not open on their own. It sounds, I'd say, like, just based on the tone, it seems more like whoever is there is, like, at the very back of the building, calling for you. Like a, come on in.
I think Trevor will look back at the others, smile, like, this is going really well. And then he'll open the door and take a step in.
And everyone roll a perception check.
Oof.
Ooh.
Dirty 20.
That's a 22.
Great.
8.
All right.
That's a 10 for Trevor. He's a little more on top of it right now.
Whoa.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm hanging at the back anyway, so it's all right.
Yeah, it makes sense. Rain at the back, trying to pour through the idea of like this white queen. But Trevor, you do see that there are other people here, but there is one person in particular who is at the very, very back, who is standing behind a podium. And he is calling out and he's smiling as he's like gazing upon you and your new best friends. Now Dab and Malden in particular, you notice that inside there are wooden pews, and within these pews there's a good 16, 17 people, and they all seem to be people who are here to listen to this sermon. But of course, next to the podium, I'm just behind it, is an altar, a white stone, in front of a statue of a beautiful elf woman, her hands outstretched, her mouth open in a caring smile, revealing sharp-pointed fangs.
She is so lovely.
Are the people in here like humans, or are they like drow or anything specific to being like in the dark?
In this, I'd say in this temple is lit. It's so lit.
Okay.
But like based on your perceptions, after a moment or two, you guys can all tell that this group, well, they're mostly humans. There may be one or two elves, a dwarf, but mostly humans here. And the priest at the front says, "So, I don't think I've seen you before. What brings you to our neck of the woods?"
Dab is
sorry.
going to step forward at this point in all of her bardness. Like, hey, so there's been some stuff happening, above ground with like fissures opening in the earth and spires of rock. And we had heard that the White Queen, who we also heard that you worship, is this her? Because she is so gorgeous.
Oh,
That she would be able to help stop that from happening. We just want to get her help, you know?
roll
And
persuasion.
We figured since you worship her, like, you would have a really good idea of how to do that.
Okay, for her role of persuasion, can Trevor take a step forward and be like, and we do bring gifts, and kind of hold up the bedroll a little bit so I can give Rachel advantage on this roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Malden will see him do that and go, "Wait, you're supposed to bring gifts?" And he'll just pull out a gold coin and put it on top of the bedroll that Trevor's holding.
Sorry, I'm rolling with advantage.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sort of like leaning back and like peeking out the door we came in, just keeping an eye out on the outside.
Great.
So persuasion, that was an 11 plus 4, 15.
Okay. In this case, offering said bedroll and a little gold donation, whilst Rain is keeping an eye on things outside, the priest says, "Thank you. Well, see, as far as the White Queen is concerned, we worship her, and she is kind, but I am a bit torn because I'm afraid of awakening her from her slumber. Her guardian, Threx, isn't not my favorite person to interact with.
Okay. So like she's cool, but she's got like a friend who just isn't wanting to get her woken up.
Right. Can I ask, as far as your intent, what are you... Why do you want to speak with her so?
Oh, because of like the tremors up top, and like big rock spikes coming out and impaling people, and
Oh.
like it was like a little old guy.
Yeah, good friend of mine too.
Yeah,
right in
and
the
like
arm.
we just don't want that to happen to anybody else. And the old guy was like, you know who could help stop this from happening? The White Queen.
I see.
And like we want to like, and we can wake her up real gently. I know some like really nice little songs to play. Just start off really slow, maybe do like one of those like daylight wake ups where like we turn up the light just a little bit every few minutes, or like ease her into it.
I could make like a breakfast, and then she wakes up to like the smell of food, because like Dag Nabbit always talks about there's nothing better than waking up to the smell of food, and I think that could be applied for the queen. A queen should be treated probably really nicely. So I think that's what I would be doing.
Yeah, we wanna treat her really nicely because like we are coming to ask for a favor. So, you know.
Yes. I see. And I'd say like in this case, since both Trevor and Dab are working on persuading, could I have Malden and Rain do an insight for me real quick?
Could I ask her are there like, so there's the wooden pews in the church. Are there
Yes.
any like empty pews?
I'd say maybe there's like one or two spots empty, but otherwise it's pretty full. Malden, what you got?
I got a natural 20 plus 2
Nice.
for 22.
Nice. Rain, what you got?
I have 13.
Okay. For both of you can already see, like as Dab is making her case, it sounded like the villagers are starting to get a little worried about these spires poking through. And it seems like there's a little bit of panic forming amidst the people. And Malden, you can tell that the priest himself, though he was torn, hearing about all of this, he's looking towards the people and he wants to keep them calm as well. And so, though he is torn, do you want to say something, Malden?
Yeah, I'll kind of like look around and then towards him and go, now it's an issue, all the rumblings and the spires growing out of the ground and stuff, but if you just let us through, I'm sure me and my intrepid friends here can put a stop to it. That way no one else gets hurt. Up top and down here. In here. Wherever this is.
Yes. And it's like it looks like there are a few villagers here who are like looking almost like they need the priest to do something for this cause. And you can see like a look of like almost worry on his face, and then he says, all right, there's something I can do. I of course have to manage things here, and he's trying to hide his fear at dealing with Rex, but he says, I do have something that might help you on your quest. And from behind the podium, he takes out a small box, this little wooden chest that he takes out a key, cracks it open, and he takes out an amulet, which he will present to Dab. Dab, as you've taken the charge of this negotiation at the moment. But he says, This might help you. This was the amulet that once belonged to Sylara, the queen's daughter.
Thank you so much. That is such a sweet gift. Like,
This may help in your waking up of the queen.
I feel like before the priest like fully pulls his hands back from giving the gift, Trevor's like putting the bedroll into his hands and like trying to balance the coin on top. And then Trevor will say, I feel really bad. We were being really rude, interrupting. Why don't you go ahead and you can go back to what you were doing. We won't cause any trouble. And like totally misreading all social cues, he like goes to one of the empty spots on the bench and sits down and like looks expectantly for the priest to continue his sermon.
Trevor, we're gonna be going. We're not here for the sermon. You don't have to. We're gonna be going soon.
Mal, you're being rude.
No, I get that, but I mean, we got the thing. They want us to go wake her up and help everybody. We're not gonna stay here for the sermon.
We just gotta wait till there's a pause, then we can sneak out.
Well, you know what? You're my friend. I'll trust you, and then I'll sit right next to him.
Dab is just going around to like individual villagers being like, hey, thank you so much for your kindness. Like, we really appreciate you.
Great. What
Um,
is Rain doing?
Once everybody sort of moves away from the priest, I want to go up and like hold out my hand to shake his hand.
Okay. Excellent. He does return your handshake, but his shake is very limp and cold. As Dab goes and thanks each of the villagers, you do note that all the villagers all seem to be somewhere in the 30 to 50 range. And they all look at you. They do have a certain pallor, a little paleness, but not enough to be indicative of being a vampire too.
Once she sort of gets like a little distance away, I want to sort of like pull him in with the handshake and like make eye contact with him. And it's a little jarring because my eyes are kind of serpentine, but they got like a red around them with the gold in the middle. And I just sort of like quietly whisper to him, is there anything we should know about this before we head our way in? Just sort of like trying to scare him into giving us information that like he's sort of keeping to himself about this.
Sounds like a little intimidation.
That'd be correct.
What you got?
I'm going to use one of my charges on my talisman, which lets me add a D4 to an ability check, because I'm
Okay.
pretty sure I failed that.
Oh, snap.
13.
Okay. Well, what he does say is, I support your cause of keeping the village safe, keeping the people of this mountain safe, but I would be very mindful of how you approach her resting chamber. Because being too aggressive may end poorly for you.
I sort of nod my head and then go to turn to walk towards the doors.
Luke, you're muted.
I'm back. I think this is the first time Trevor is realizing that the White Queen isn't here. So he sort of awkwardly digs through his bag, finds the shovel again, and goes up to the priest and goes, I'm really sorry about this, but can I trade? The bedroll was kind of for the queen.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's but a donation, so it's not required.
So he Trevor takes the bedroll back, but then hands him a shovel.
Thank you. We will put this to good use.
Trevor bows.
And the priest looks a little confused, but he will take said shovel back up to the front, laying it down before the altar, and he will continue his sermon. Is there anything else you guys want to do in here before you move on?
Was there like a big, long, quiet pause while he was putting the shovel on the altar?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think Trevor will go to Mal and say, it's our quiet moment. And then very obviously, like, try to sneak out the door.
Right behind you there, pal.
Dab is going to see that and go, oh, are we leaving?
Yeah, come on, just...
Okay. Bye, everybody. It was
We're
so nice.
We're
to meet
sneaking
you.
out!
sermon. Your queen is really pretty. And I love her a little bit.
And I'm just sort of sitting on the steps waiting for everybody to sort of come out in a group.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, when y'all leave the temple, are y'all heading to the resting chamber? According to the map, it would just be a little bit farther north, slightly to the west.
Yes.
Yeah, once the group comes out, I sort of stand up and I go, well, you don't seem like the type, but I was informed we don't want to be aggressive when we're entering in here.
Okay, yeah. So like, not aggressive. So like quiet. Just like.
I didn't get any specifics, but just I'd assume respectful, not rude.
Yeah. Okay.
Elisaria and I used
What
to
does
have a
that
lot of
mean?
Well, as Elisaria and I used to have a lot of conversations about toxic masculinity. And I think this is just a situation where we need to embrace, embrace that being masculine can mean anything. Like we define our masculinity. And today my masculinity is very quiet.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I think that would be
Who's
for the best, big guy.
Elisaria?
I like the way you think.
Who is that though? Is that like your girlfriend?
Trevor has green skin, so saying that like his cheeks turn red isn't quite accurate. But he like blushed a little bit. He's like, no, maybe it's your girlfriend.
No, I don't have a girlfriend. I have a wife.
Maybe it's your wife.
No, that's not her name. Dab is going to, before we go, just go back and take a little bit of that black liquid, just in case.
Okay.
Take it as in take a vial of it, not take it.
Great.
You just take a hit
Sounds
of
good.
everything.
Okay. So, after you get some of the black liquid, y'all pressing forward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move everyone through. Oh, there's gonna be a little bit of a journey here as we get out.
Dab is gonna have a hushed conversation with Vape about making sure to be polite and quiet because hedgehogs are known to be so loud.
Fantastic. Everyone make a perception check. Oh,
And
sorry,
I'll
you
say
had something?
apart from being on guard, Rain is pretty like to the point. He's not wandering, he's not slowing down. He's just like trying to get to where we're going.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, I got a good perception check finally. 19.
Great.
Six.
19.
17.
6.
That was a
17.
13.
Okay. Maybe this is because you are speaking with a vape. So you're
Yes, I'm very engrossed in that conversation. He's making some good points.
Absolutely. But y'all do see, as you get past this fairly narrow area, you see that there is, before you, there is this glyph carved into a stone circle on the ground. Past this glyph is a double door made of polished iron. There's a statue of a hooded elf woman standing next to the door, her hands outstretched, mouth open to reveal sharp fangs. Now, above the glyph stands someone. And this someone, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try to show y'all this picture. I hope it goes through.
I I
Oh, we
see
got
it.
a pop-up.
Why I see
Fingers
that?
crossed.
It worked for me.
I
Great.
have a pop-up. The pop-up says Threx. I do not see anything in the pop-up.
Okay, I will describe him to you. This gentleman stands here, long white hair, his ears pointy, his eyes red, his mouth, you can see a little bit of blood dripping down, sharp fangs. He's wearing this armor with gold plates, red trim, but brown otherwise. He is wielding an enormous greatsword in one hand, and he's who y'all see, and he sees the five of you, and he says, "Who are you?"
I'm
Oh,
Malden.
Hi. My name is Dab. We are an adventuring party.
Is that what we
um,
are?
I think so.
Marvelous.
We very respectfully would like to speak with the White Queen. We were told she had a friend. Are you her friend?
Threx.
I am Threx, but, friend, I am her guardian.
Yes, okay. So like this is just what I just want to, like, you're her guardian, her well-being is your priority. Totally get that. We respect it. Here is our plan for what's happening. So there's like some stuff happening up above ground. Got some tremors, big spikes shooting up out of the earth. It like stabbed this sweet little old dude.
Gonkin.
Yeah, him. He's really great. He was the one who told us that the White Queen, she sounds awesome, really. Like everything we've seen. Like, look at that statue. She's so pretty. Like, would be able to help stop that. And that she was asleep. So we are, wanting to just like give her a nice, gentle wake up. I have prepared some songs. If you would like to hear any of them, to just like gently wake her up. My friend here, I don't know, do you know what she likes to eat? My friend here was talking about making her breakfast so that she can, like, have something nice to wake up to and to be like, hey, can you help us out, pretty please, with a cherry on top with this stuff that's happening? Yeah, that is why we are here.
I need you to make a persuasion roll for me.
Yeah.
Is there anything any of us can do to give her advantage on this?
It depends on what you do. Because I will say this, and this is maybe a cautionary warning. Depending on what you do, I may give her advantage, I may give her disadvantage.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm gonna curtsy. Can I do like a little curtsy?
Can.
I will also curtsy.
Yeah, just like, hey.
Okay.
I think Trevor is going to try desperately to try and anticipate what this guy might want. So can I roll a
an
perception
insight.
check?
Insight, baby.
Even worse than perception. But he got a 12. He got a 12.
Hey.
Like looking at his face, looking at his demeanor, the way he carries himself. Trevor, you would know that most likely he wants to be able to do his job properly. and anything that would help him do his job better might be good.
This is a bold move from Trevor.
Let's see it.
But as somebody who spends a lot of time protecting a person, he is going to take out the javelin I mentioned he's carrying, and he is going to plant it in the ground as an offering for Threx. And he's just going to simply say, to better protect the beloved White Queen. Or to aid in the protection of the beloved White Queen.
How nice is your javelin?
Well, it's a part of a touring magician's act.
Okay.
And Dagnabbit insists on all of the blades being shiny, pristine, and of the highest quality they can be.
Great.
And Trevor has probably spent many a night sharpening and shining this javelin so it has a perfect glint as it flies across the stage.
He spends a lot of time polishing his javelin, if you know what I mean.
Trevor has no idea what you mean.
In this case, as Trevor presents this javelin, as Dab is making her case, as both Dab and Malden are curtsying, Rain, would you roll an insight for me?
That would be 16.
Great. I'd say that at this point, he looks like he is amenable to this. But he is moving forward as though he wants to inspect if this javelin is good enough.
Did I roll my persuasion check now?
You can, with advantage.
Great. I'm going to re-roll one of these because it did come out as a 1.
Great.
I got an 11 for both.
11.
So plus my persuasion, that's going to come to a 15.
So, this is a little heartbreaking because the check you needed to meet was 16.
Oh no.
You make your case. The javelin is presented as he's moving forward. Rain, you can tell that he's going to inspect the javelin, and in this case, as he goes up to it, you see a look in his eye. In this case, Rain, I'm going to... Well, first off, I need everyone to roll for initiative. But Rain is going to get a surprise round because with your insight, you did detect a look of almost disgust when he saw the javelin. Not that your polishing was bad, but that maybe the materials aren't quite up to snuff because his blade is quite the masterpiece. So, what do we have for initiative, y'all?
5.
5 for Dab.
22.
22 for Malden.
18 for Trevor.
Trevor, 18.
And then 10 for Rain.
10 for Rain. Okay, great. So, in this case, with all of those rolls, first off, let's deal with the surprise round. So, Rain, you see the disgust in his face, you see the anger, the muscles tensing up in the arm that is holding that great sword. What do you want to do on this first surprise round, Rain?
So, where is he at then? Like, how close did he get before I sort of read that he was?
He got to if y'all can see on the map, he got to about 10 feet away from where Malden is. He got to there when he saw, and you saw his eyes scrutinizing.
So,
Where would you say the javelin is? Sorry.
The javelin is probably right. Let me see if I can do a little. Oh, no, that's not working. It's in the square right above you, Trevor.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, Rain.
So I sort of like stick my arms out in front of Malden and Dab and kind of like gesture them back as I say, he doesn't seem keen to your deal. As
Aw.
I back up to the wall and try to circle around as far from him as I can get, heading towards where the statue is and
Okay.
keeping my distance.
Are you able to move your token? Each square is
Yes.
5 feet, and
What about diagonals?
I just count those as 5 as well.
Okay. I can't see any. Oh, it lights up as I take the space. Never mind. So let's see. 5, 10. I can't see where I'm at.
Oh, my bad. Let me give y'all some visions. Can you see now, Rain?
No. It is still all black for me. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's see. I was here. So we got. I'll circle about that way.
Great.
Do I see anything down this tunnel that's behind me?
Roll a perception check for me.
No, that's a 3.
Okay. Yeah, you don't like based on your sight line, you're not totally sure what's going on down there. And you're maybe more focused on the threat of Threx than any potential activity going on down there.
Okay, and then was that my action to perceive, or was that just sort of
No,
like a glance?
I'll just give you that perception for free.
Okay, then I want to hold a sacred flame in case he like attacks the group.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great. Readied sacred flame if attack. Okay. In that case, we will go over into regular initiative, starting with Malden.
Okay. So does it look like he's gonna attack us then? Is that what's happening?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So Malden's gonna watch Rain go that way. Oh, well. I can't say I'm very pleased with what's going on, but if this is how it's gotta be, and he kind of like cracks his knuckles, and he's gonna step right up to him. 5, 10, 15. And I'm gonna try and I'm gonna hit him with my quarterstaff.
Okay. Let's see what you got.
Not great. That's not too bad actually. 15.
15. Unfortunately, a 15 is a miss.
Oh, all right. Well, in that case, I'll spend a key point and do flurry of blows for another 2 unarmed for my bonus.
Okay, let's see what she got, Malden.
So one of them is gonna be a 21,
That's a hit.
and the second one is gonna miss. That's gonna be like a 9.
Okay, great, great. Give me your damage as you step forward. Maybe that first swing, just trying to assess whether or not this is a moment where you have to fight. But when you do decide, just that moment of hesitation was enough for that staff swing to just fly above his head. But you are able to smack him with a quick elbow, but your follow-up kick misses. How much damage did you do to him?
Well, actually, this will be a a swipe with my claws
Oh,
as I come
snap.
across his chest. So
Great.
it'll be 6 points of piercing damage.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay.
And then, because of my monastic tradition, since I used Flurry of Blows, I gained the benefit of the disengage action, and my speed increases by 10 more feet. So,
Nice.
let's see. To get there took me 5, 10, 15. So then I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, and back up over here.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Great. Great. Doing a bit of damage, being able to slide away so quickly that it's like you could see him. It's almost as though he, being such a warrior, was looking for that opportunity to try to take a swing at you, but you're just too quick, too nimble, as he is unable to try an attack of opportunity against you. That'll bring us to Trevor.
Oh, that's me. All right. Can I pick up the javelin and throw it as one action?
I would allow you to do that.
Perfect. I think Trevor is so devastated by this look of disgust that he is going to use his bonus action to fly into a rage.
Excellent.
And he's going to go ahead and pick up the javelin and just from where he is, throw it. Javelin should have a range of 30 feet, I believe.
Oh,
he's within that, yeah?
You got this. Let's see.
So yeah, he's going to huck it right at him.
Okay, roll to hit.
Let's do it. That is a 1. That with my modifier is a 6.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
armor class wise, is that hit him? Is that gonna hit him?
It's like, oh my gosh, you crit him.
That's
No,
a miss.
you go to throw it, and maybe it's just because like he rejected your gift. You fly into that rage, and in that blind rage, you just throw it at him. But there's a part of you just like there's this sneaking feeling of like, Dag Nabbit isn't gonna like losing one of his tools. And that little bit of hesitation, like you end up holding it just for a second longer, and as it's flying towards him, you see him raise his greatsword up and slash your javelin in half before it reaches him.
Okay, maybe he's right about the material, but it is shiny.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Trevor? Maybe you move?
Guess I haven't moved yet, have I? This is tough because I kind of want to keep my distance, but also I'm not really any good from a distance.
Okay.
I'll keep my distance for now.
Okay.
I kind of feel like Rain is up to something, and we should kind of give him a little bit of cover. So I'm going to move the same direction as Malden.
Okay.
Each square is 5 feet, you said?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Okay. So I'll probably go just 15 feet right here to try and keep his head on a swivel away from where Rain is going.
Great. Okay, does that complete your turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a d2. The two people who have hit him are Malden and Trevor. 1 is Malden. 2 is Trevor. It's going after Trevor. So, he's going to move forward, and as he goes to swing, this does activate your ready to action, Rain, if you want to do your Sacred Flame, was it?
Yep. So I release my Sacred Flame. That's a dexterity saving throw from him.
Okay. So in that case, I don't mind doing this. Here we go. That is a 12 total.
Then I'm going to be hitting him. Let's see.
Great.
That's 7 points of radiant damage.
Excellent. Excellent. So, as that flame appears on his back, you do see it searing his flesh, and it does seem like it's doing a little bit more damage than it might feel if you were maybe targeting someone else with this. Now, Sacred Flame doesn't have any other properties, does it?
Like such as
Like debilitating effects, like
Oh.
disadvantage on stuff?
no, not that I know of.
Okay. He's going to take a little swing at Trevor with his great sword.
Does taking that hit from Rain at all impair him enough that I might get an attack of opportunity?
Not in this case, unfortunately.
Worth asking.
And I would say, like, maybe in some side cases where that might be the case, this guy seems so keenly aware that you might not be able to take those sorts of attacks of opportunity on him.
So I forgot to ask, what's our lighting like in this room?
This area is, it's not lit.
Okay, so Dab's probably having trouble then because halflings don't have dark vision.
So I'm going to take a little swing at you, Trevor.
Well, okay.
That is a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll do it.
No,
So-
you're fine. You're fine.
In that case, as he slashes into you with his greatsword, he deals 12 points of slashing damage, and there's something special about Threx. Now, Threx has multi-attack. And when he takes that first swing against you, I mean, you are raging, so maybe it doesn't do as much as he would have liked. When he sees that, he's going to replace one of his multi-attacks with a command spell as he yells to you, "You should be on your knees." And as he says knees, that's when you see his eyes flash, and I need you to do a little saving throw for me. A wisdom saving throw, DC 12.
Yeah, nope, that's a 7.
Ooh.
Okay, so you are now prone, and he's going to take his third swing, his third attack, which, since you are prone, he gets advantage on. And that will be a 26 to hit, Trevor.
It's a miss, right?
Hold on, let me check. That's nope, that'll do it. Shoot. Oh, darn.
Ouch.
Okay, that will be 11 points of slashing damage.
How many points was that total during that round?
That
was
I believe that's
22?
23 total.
23. And then I am in a rage, so
Yeah. So it'll cut to 11.
I have resistance. 11.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And that is it for Threx. Now that will bring us to Rain with Dab on deck. As Rain did, of course, have his little surprise round initially.
Okay. I'm gonna 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna run up to the statue. Could I use my action to use one of my daggers to like cut my hand and try to like put it in the mouth of this statue?
Oh yeah, you can give that a shot.
Okay, then I'll use my action to just cut my hand a bit and wipe some blood onto the mouth of the statue.
Okay. When you get up to it, there is one thing I need you to do before this happens. I need you to make a little dexterity saving throw for me.
Whoo. All right.
Because what happens is, as Rain runs up to the statue, all of you see the statue begin to move. And the statue... Well, what's your dexterity saving throw?
It is a 4.
Okay. Great. So as you're about to take just a little cut, before it pierces your flesh, the statue animates, grabs you, and bites you. And since you failed the saving throw, you take necrotic damage equal to half your hit points.
Oh.
Let's see. That hurts.
This isn't going well.
But I this all happens before you're able to do the cut, so you still have your action.
Is it holding me currently then?
It drains and then it lets you go and resumes its position.
Change of plans then. Let's see. Now is this when I get right up like in front of it, or am I like a distance away and it like reached to grab me?
It seems like once you got within 10 feet is when it reached out to grab you.
Okay. I'm gonna take one step back, and then I'm going to cast a 2nd level shatter on it.
Ooh.
So that's a Constitution saving throw.
On the statue?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So, in this case, I don't have a con save to do, so roll your damage.
All right, let's see. All right, so that's 12 points of... That's not the spell I was looking at. 12 points of thunder damage. And then a
Great.
creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the save. That doesn't matter. And then a non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage if it's in the spell's area. But it just
Excellent.
sort of rings out and blows up.
Great. As you cast this shatter spell, you do blow a big part, like a huge chunk out of the statue. Something else does happen here, though, and I am going to need to make a little saving throw here. I'll say, like, after you were grabbed, Rain, he did position you a little bit, because I don't want to be that mean to you, Rain. Because what does happen here is, our good friend Threx here has to make a little dex save, because when you cast that shatter upon the statue, all of you see that glyph, that circle, begin to glow as the glyph activates, and Threx fails his saving throw. As that glyph activates, it explodes. And now, all of you see, as Threx is the one within 5 feet of it, Threx takes 17 points of fire damage as the explosive runes go off. Now, Rain, does that complete your turn?
And then my bonus action. Does the damage I took seem sort of like not recoverable? Like, does it seem like it like took something from me, or is it like just it
No.
was damage?
Just damage.
Okay, then I pulse with a blinding light, and as my bonus action, I'm using my healing light to heal 3d6.
Great. Excellent. Go for it. Will that complete your turn?
Yes, and I heal 14 points.
Fantastic. Dab, you're up. You just saw quite a chaotic scene, including that explosion in the center. But Threx is still up.
Well, I do not have dark vision, so how far in front of me can I see?
I mean, in this case, since I didn't specify it initially, I would be totally cool retconning real quick of saying you have a torch, because I can't imagine you have wandered.
I got those glowing mushrooms. I got the glowing mushrooms.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't imagine you going into this cave without that for this long.
What can you tell me about Threx's armor? Would you say, heavy or medium metal armor?
Heavy.
Yeah?
Yes.
And you said that he seems to be a little bit more affected by fire damage?
Well, specifically, the sacred flame, which...
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well,
Yes.
regardless, I'm going to cast heat metal
Oh, snap. Okay.
on his armor.
Excellent.
So that's going to be 2d8 fire damage.
Great. Show me what you got.
Ah, yes, I will roll for that. Find my d8.
Show me what you've got.
Total of 7 fire damage.
Okay. As his armor alights upon him, like at this point he's incredibly badly singed, but he continuing to burn, and he's like looking desperately around at each of you. His fangs, his mouth snarling, but he is still up. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Dab?
Some specifications. If the creature is holding or wearing the object and takes the damage, which he took damage,
Yes.
he just has to succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. I don't think he can
Great.
drop his armor.
Yes. Correct. And because he doesn't drop the object, he'll have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. So,
And then I'm also going to, just for a little bit of movement, I'm going to move back a little bit or to the side, just so I'm more in the entrance and I'm a little bit farther away from him.
great. Excellent. So, does that complete your turn, Dab?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, lighting him up, you position yourself at this entrance, and it brings us back to Malden.
Okay. So I see the glyph go off, and then his
Yes.
armor kind of gets red hot.
Absolutely.
Is the glyph still activated at all? Does it seem safe to go by it?
It does seem safe for now.
Okay, and are we doing flanking?
Oh yeah, I love flanking. So if you are able to position yourself so that a straight line drawn from you and whoever you're flanking with in melee, then you will have advantage on the roll.
And do you count diagonal as flanking?
If both of you are diagonal.
Okay, then I'm gonna go just on the opposite side of Trevor and Threx here, and
Great.
try and give him the old whap with my stick.
Excellent. Give it to me.
That's gonna be a natural 19 plus 6 for 25.
Sick. That is a hit.
So quarterstaff. It's gonna be 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Great. Great.
And then I'll go ahead and do another key point for another flurry of blows.
Excellent.
It's gonna be a miss for one of them. Oh wait, I got an advantage.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a hit actually for the first one.
Great. Great.
And then the second one, the second one will miss.
Okay. Okay.
My D4! No, it fell.
Oh no!
I need that.
That's the worst one to drop.
I got it. Okay, that's not bad. That'll be 7 points of slashing damage
Dang.
as I kind of run toward him, quarterstaff out, kind of try and clothesline him. As I feel the quarterstaff hit, drop, and slash at his legs and into a tumble as my drunken technique activates and I gain another 10 feet of movement to get out of there with the
Ooh.
disengage.
Fantastic. Okay, that flurry. Man.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay, that will bring us to Trevor.
I am still prone, yeah?
Yes, it'll take half your movement to stand up.
Oh, okay. That's not a problem then. So he's distracted, so I can stand up. Yeah, that's not going to be any kind of check.
Oh yeah, you can stand up. You're good.
Perfect. So I will stand up. I have 2 weapon fighting, and I can also do a. Okay, explain this for me real quick.
Yes.
Frenzy attack. Do I have to use a bonus action to go into a frenzy, or I just do a frenzy attack as a bonus action for each turn? Did that question make sense? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I see. It sounds like it happens when you rage. So, in this case, I don't mind retconning a little bit for clarity of when you raged, would you have gone into a frenzy?
Yes, I think so.
Great, go for it. You are in a frenzy.
Perfect. So, because I have 2 weapon fighting and frenzy, I will take out 2 hand axes, and that should give me 3 attacks on this guy. Yes?
In this case, let me double check that real quick. If it's just 2 weapon fighting, not like the feat.
I don't think it's a feat. No,
Okay. In this case, if it's just the 2 weapon fighting, you would be using your bonus action to do your frenzy attack instead of the 2 weapon fighting, because both of them would take up, either of them would take up a bonus action, but because you're in a frenzy, it allows you to add your bonuses as opposed to 2 weapon fighting where you can't add your bonus for the second hand weapon.
okay.
So,
Um,
give me your swings.
so it's 2 swings. Can I actually switch weapons if the 2 weapon fighting isn't going to help me?
Absolutely.
Cool. Then I'm going to get the scimitar and take 2 swings with that.
Okay, sounds good.
Right. So that first one is a 21.
That is a hit. Give me your damage.
10.
Great. Slicing and dicing at this flaming vampiric creature. All right, give me your second swing.
Oof. That was a 7.
Unfortunately, a 7 is a miss.
I've been there.
Are you sure? You want to check the sheet? You want to check your little...
I will check it, but unfortunately,
Check his AC real quick.
So, in that frenzy, you take that first swing, cutting deep, trying to be careful so you don't end up being burned by this flaming hot metal. But that second swing, unfortunately, he's a little more deft and he's a little quicker, and that one ends up just barely missing a fleshy bit of him. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Trevor?
Well, I can't move without disengaging. Already took my bonus action. I think that's all I can do this round.
If it gives you any, if it helps, he does have disadvantage on his attacks because of the heat metal. So, if you want to take some risks,
Now might be the best time since he's got that disadvantage.
That's true.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
yeah.
Let's see.
Quick, activate the sigil again.
I don't know how to activate the sigil. So
Me neither.
again, just to try and keep his head on a swivel,
Okay.
I'll try moving towards the sigil to see if I can figure out some way to activate it.
Okay. Great. He is going to take his attack of opportunity, but with disadvantage. So let's see what he's got.
He rolls 2 natural 20s.
That's an 11 to hit your armor class.
Oh, misses.
Great. I'll tell you that the other roll would have been a 15.
That would have hit.
See? Dab's looking out for you.
You're welcome.
Good old
Thank you.
Dab.
Okay, so I move my token now because I was going to move him here.
Do it. Okay. So, now at this point, man, I've got a bunch of targets here. Let's see, who am I going to go after? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll a d5, and Dab is going to be 1. Malden is going to be 2. Trevor is going to be 3. Rain is going to be 4 and 5. All right, Rain.
I think I
Here
pissed him off.
we go. Oh yeah. Now, in this case, there's something interesting that Trevor you see immediately, because as he goes to move past you, you notice that you can't seem to track him very well, to the point where, as a special feature of his, you can't take an attack of opportunity as he exits your reach.
Ooh. Interesting.
And as he gets to you, Rain, he says, "You dare attack her." And first, he's going to replace his first attack with a command spell. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right, I've got proficiency in this. Hopefully it goes somewhere. All right. That is going to be a 13. If it fails, I'm going to use my last charge of my talisman, though.
It's like you can feel him wanting you to grovel before her, but you're able to steel your brain, steel yourself, as you could feel that twinge in your knees, but you've stood for stronger beings than this, and you pass the saving throw.
Awesome.
So-
Get to keep that talisman for later.
Yeah, and now he's gonna take attack 2 with disadvantage. That'll be a 16 to hit your armor class.
That's going to hit.
Okay. That'll be 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And he's going to take his third attack against you, Rain. Still with disadvantage. That'll be a 15 against your armor class.
That still just barely hits. That's my AC.
Okay. Ooh, that'll be 13 points of slashing damage. As
I was gonna heal Trevor, but I don't think so anymore.
as you succeed in, at the very least, steeling yourself against his attempt at making you grovel, he is able to take 2 quick swings at you with his greatsword, slashing into your flesh, dealing a pretty considerable amount of damage, but that will be it for his turn. And that will bring us to Rain.
Ooh.
This has changed my thoughts.
You got this, buddy.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna burn my action to disengage.
Kick her in the
5,
balls.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. So I use my action disengage, and then I'll use my final charge of my healing light to heal a d6 for 3 points.
Okay.
And that'll be it for this turn, because I'm hurting.
Great. All right. And that will bring us to Dab.
Oh boy.
So, Dab, of course, you do still have heat metal on him. So would you like to use a bonus action to cause the damage to erupt forth again as the flames burn his flesh?
Like, totally.
Great. Give it to me.
11.
Okay. As the fires continue to blaze upon him. Time for me to do good old con save. Great. So, I mean, he's still like struggling with this bit of armor on him. It's still burning him. And, I mean, what else would you like to do? He is still up.
Yeah, okay. Where's Rain at?
Rain is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. With your, with lack of dark vision and with just a regular torch, you would hear him moving, but you can't pinpoint exactly where he is.
Do I have a general direction?
Oh yeah. You would have heard his footfalls.
Cool. So I've got 25 feet, and I'm gonna move in that direction 25 feet.
Okay, great. So you'll move 5 squares directly to the left. You'd be able to pass through Malden's square. And you'll see
There
Rain.
you are.
You'll see him.
Awesome. We're gonna do a little healing word for you, buddy.
Great. In this case, yeah, go for it. Give me your healing.
That's 1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier. That's charisma, because I'm a bard, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
So, let's see what you got.
You get 6 hit points back.
Excellent.
Back up to 20.
Fantastic. And I will say, for the rules lawyers watching, typically healing word is the bonus action, but I don't mind making you spend a more expensive action to do this.
Oh no!
Yeah. Does that complete your turn, Dab?
Sure does.
Great. That will bring us back to Malden.
Okay, let's see. Let's get up toward him. I got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Just barely not going to make it.
Oh, with diagonals, I think you can get up to him.
Oh, I always forget about diagonals.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Different people rule diagonals differently, but I like to give you 5 regardless. So you could get up to him.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna run up to him, and as I'm heading forward, I'm gonna bring the quarterstaff around, have it kind of twirl around my neck for a second, and then catch it and swing toward his head.
All right. Let's see what you got.
That's a natural 18 plus 6 for
That is
24.
a hit. Give me your damage.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's gonna be 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof. Right.
I'm gonna activate another key point
Okay.
for some more flurry of blows.
Excellent. Excellent.
That first one's gonna miss. The second one might hit 18.
Okay. That is just barely a hit.
And that'll be 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So,
So how much movement did that use to get over there? 5, 10, 15, 20. So that's half my movement to get there. And then I get 10
Right.
from the flurry of blows. And I'm
Excellent.
going to go ahead. So I got 30 more feet of movement, and I'm going to go away from him. 5,
nice.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right up here.
Okay. Hey, Malden. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no! I'm close to the statue, aren't I?
Yes,
Is that what
you
it is?
are.
Did it hurt?
Oh, no. I forgot about the statue. That's not bad. Dexterity saving throw? That's
Yeah.
a 19.
Okay, so the statue animates again and goes to try to grab at you, but thankfully, you're able to just duck out of its outstretching white arms. And
I do that thing when cats get really scared and they jump. Like my hair just like, and I jump out of the way.
It's the cutest thing Dab has ever seen.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Okay, so does that complete your turn, Malden?
That'll be it.
Okay, that will bring us to Trevor.
Actually, before my turn ends, I'm gonna call out. Be careful of this statue. It just tried to grab me. If you guys didn't see that,
Great.
that'll be the end of my turn.
Excellent. Excellent. Trevor.
Is there any sort of role I can I ran to the sigil to try and get some sort of sense of how I could activate it. Is there any sort of role that I could make to try to figure it out?
Arcana.
Could I propose a different kind of role that I would be better at?
Give me your reasoning.
I mean, hear me out.
Okay.
If I don't figure this out, me and all my friends are going to die. So to me, this is a matter of survival. So I think just using my raw instincts of survival,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a look at this glyph and try to figure out how to activate it. What, like, the natural, like, in terms of nature and natural order,
Right.
what's the clearest route to activate this thing?
Give it a shot. The DC is going to be a bit higher since this isn't the normal check I would ask for.
Totally dooming myself. Oh, yeah, that's a 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, a dance.
Dance.
So, Trevor, what you gonna do?
So, Threx, like, cut me pretty bad, right? Like, I'm probably bleeding.
Probably.
I think, he's gonna kind of, like, lean forward and try to get his blood to drip on the sigil.
Okay. Okay.
What would you call that? Action? Bonus? I don't know what you'd call that.
I mean, if you're already bleeding, I'd say you just do a slight lean. I'm not going to take up your actions for that. The blood drips onto the sigil, and you don't see anything happen.
All right. Well, then, Trevor's plan now is he thinks he's not smart enough to figure this out, but he might be the one who can go toe-to-toe with Threx the longest. Let's see. Threx is 20 feet away, which puts him just at the range for throwing some hand axes.
Okay.
So I think he'll throw 2, and then he'll probably be making a loud and very, not very well thought out speech to try and rile Threx up, so that the next time Threx goes to take an attack, he'll leave everyone else alone and go after Trevor.
Oh, okay. Show me what you got. Give me your throws first.
That's a 19.
19 will hit. Give me your damage.
That's a 9.
Okay. So, as you throw that axe, you see it embed in his neck just above where his blazing armor sits. And he looks a little bit more lethargic. Like he's squinting to be able to see all of you.
He's looking a little messed up.
Yeah. You have a second throw for me?
I do. Hopefully it's good. Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit. Unfortunate.
That would have been nice. So now at this point, Trevor's going to make a not very well thought out speech.
Let's see what you got.
Hey, you! As all great speeches begin. Listen, man. I get it. Sometimes in life, there's a really nice lady who comes along and teaches you a lot about yourself. And teaches you to be better than you ever thought you could be. And you would do anything for her. And you're going to do your best. And when you feel like you're failing her, that's hard. But let me tell you, man, your masculinity, pretty toxic right now. And I don't think if she was here, that's what she'd be into. I think that's about it.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh, boy. He's a little bit persuasive, mostly just because he's hot. That's a 14.
Well, in this case, like you make your speech, but it doesn't feel as though it's registering to him. Maybe it's just a combination of the flames that are like continuing to lick his face, or just the threats all around. It's like as you're talking, he's looking left, right, trying to see who he needs to attack. And he's got his eye on Malden too, because Malden's right next to the statue, next to the door. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's more inclined to attack you by any means. But valiant effort. I will say
guys,
that.
there's a door over here.
But I got one more thing up my sleeve here.
Okay.
I can't do any more attacks to him, but I still have my movement, so I can run straight towards him to get his attention.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's what I'll do.
Okay. So, Looks like you need to make a little dexterity saving throw for me.
Ooh. Should be fun.
You have danger sense?
Do I?
I think you do. Good call, Wesley. With
Actually,
I think it's
danger
all
sense.
barbarians.
Yeah, with danger sense, that would give you advantage on this dexterity saving throw, because you've seen this statue come to life and attack 2 of your friends already.
oh, I'm close enough to the statue. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So that's it. That's advantage.
Yes, roll twice and take the higher.
Sweet. That's a 14.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
Aw.
As you move forward, you want to compel him to attack you, and that gives just the right opportunity for these 2 long, white, heavy arms to grab hold of you, and the statue bites into your neck, extracting half of your current hit points from you.
What kind of damage is this?
This is necrotic damage.
Oh, okay, so my rage has no effect on this.
Unless you're bear.
Are you a bear?
Oh, I wish in this moment, but no.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's like, he's got a girlfriend. Bears don't tend to have girlfriends.
Ah, okay.
Some might argue he's a teddy bear.
Does that
Well,
complete
he's
your
certainly not a twink.
turn?
Yeah, that's gonna wrap it up.
Okay. So, at this point, he's got 2 focuses right now. And those are Malden and
What?
Trevor.
No.
Trevor because
Almost worked.
I mean, Trevor, you're right in front of him, but Malden, because Malden, you're at the door. You're at the
What? No.
door of his charge. So 1 is Malden, 2 is Trevor. Trevor it is.
Hey.
So, here we go. For the first thing, he's gonna say, "Know your place. Kneel." Wisdom saving throw for me.
Oof.
Barbarian's Bane is what we call it.
That's a 10.
That is a fail. As with some blood drained out of you, you feel a little lightheaded, and before you know it, you're down on your knees. And, well, disadvantage from the heat metal, but advantage from you being prone. I'm gonna roll just 1 dice. That'll be a 17 to hit your armor class, Trevor.
He hits.
Okay, that'll be 10 points of slashing damage.
That's halved because I'm in a rage, yeah?
Yes. And he's
Cool.
gonna take his 3rd swing at you. 3rd attack,
Harsh.
I should say. 10 to
Harsh.
hit.
That does not hit.
All right. So, I mean, deciding between the 2 targets, he gets you to kneel. He takes 1 swing, cleaves into you, and then he goes for the second one, and all of you can kind of see, like, as he's going for that second swing, his muscles tense up, but you can also see it seems like he's breathing a bit harder now. It seems like he's struggling a little bit to lift that great sword now. And with that swing, you're able to very easily just duck a little bit as the blade flies over your head. Now, that will bring us to Rain.
I'm gonna try another Sacred Flame since he's looking like he's hurt.
Okay. Great. So, that is a dex save, correct?
Yes, dexterity save.
Okay. And I will be doing that with disadvantage here. That will be a 10 total.
That is a fail. Let's roll some radiant damage.
Great.
That's 5 points of radiant damage.
Okay, great, great. As your radiant damage lights him up, you see that it is very effective. But as the flames are beginning to envelop him, you look and you see him stagger a little bit, and it looks like he's about to fall back. But then he looks over to the statue, looks over at the door, and you see him clench his teeth, grab hold of his sword. Though he is close, he is still alive. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Rain?
I'm going to move 15 feet towards Dab, and then I'll call it.
Okay, okay. And that will bring us to Dab.
So first of all, gonna use that bonus action to keep him in the hot seat.
Great. Give me that damage.
6.
Well, though, I believe that's a little bit lower than the damages you've rolled so far. He had exactly 6 hit points left.
Yeah.
And as your the metal on his body erupts in flames, you see just the visage of fury beneath it, and he's looking at you, and you can see him wanting to lift up that blade, and then he stops, frozen, and then you see that visage turn to a blank stare, and he falls over, dead.
Yes.
You really were harshing my vibe, dude.
Is he dead, or is he making death saving throws?
He's dead.
We committed murder as a group, as friends.
Is my hand axe still like lodged in his neck?
Yeah, you could retrieve that if you'd like. Though, of course, I mean, there is also the broken javelin on the ground, too, that you can retrieve.
I'm gonna check out this door I'm standing by.
Okay.
How are we gonna explain to the queen?
We explain it how we would explain it at any time. It was self-defense. He attacked us. We defended ourselves. Now he's dead. It's all a big thing. We don't really need to. We can gloss over it as long as nobody says anything. If they ask us, though, we should probably tell them what happened.
I'm going to cast second level Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay. Cool.
Trevor is going to go ahead and get his hand axe back, and
That's
probably
22 points of healing.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. Great.
Puts me up to max, actually.
Excellent.
Hey, big guy. Are you okay?
I think Trevor might be kind of like wobbling back and forth a little, and
You want to try to take a rest before we continue?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
So
I got heals.
the corner farthest from the statue, I cast Create Bonfire, so we have somewhere warm to sort of sit around and chill.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean, that metal armor is gonna take some time to like cool down. So that's gonna be radiating some heat for a sec.
Okay. Cool.
Can I use the heat of this dude's dead body to cook a meal for my friends?
I mean, you can, but I can't guarantee that certain flavors wouldn't be imparted.
There is a nicely
I don't think that's
created
a good
bonfire.
idea. Like the whole thing, they asked us to be really respectful and polite, and like, it's not good vibes to cook a meal on somebody's body. That like I
mean, technically, it's not his body that's hot. It's the armor. So
The armor is on his body, and I
For
heated
now?
it up, and it killed him, and I am not comfortable with that.
I
That
think
is just-
Trevor.
that's a really bad vibe. I don't like what it's putting out into the universe.
I think Trevor thinks about it, and then slowly says, "Yeah, it's a pretty toxic move, and I'm not going to stoop to this guy's level."
Thank you.
Great.
I go sit at the bonfire.
Does
I'm
anyone
gonna
want
soak a bowl by the bonfire.
Nice.
We're doing this for a short rest, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my intention. Get
Sounds
you out of those
good.
10 hit points.
Okay. So, what do y'all want to do? Nothing eventful happens amidst your short rest.
I'm gonna play a song.
I will also play a song, some accompaniment.
What do you play?
Well, I have my mom gave it to me before I left a long time ago. But it's just a little lyre. It's nothing too fancy.
Okay.
And I just take out a deck of cards and
You
play
got your lyre
solitaire.
out. I'll also play the lyre, but I'll do my panpipes, so that we're
Great.
not just doing the same thing.
All right, I'll follow your lead, ma'am.
Okay.
Excellent. So we've got a jam going on, we've got solitaire, and we've got some nice cooking. What a party. So once y'all are able to recuperate a little bit, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna check on Vape to make sure he's okay.
Malden,
It does take me a second to find him.
Yeah.
did you notice
okay.
anything particular about that water when you touched it, Malden?
Not really. It's just like normal water. It's got a little bit of a thicker consistency to it.
I got some if you wanted to like take a look at it.
Yeah, could I see that?
Yeah, go for it.
I want to try to smell and see if it has like an ironing blood smell.
Yeah. Roll a little perception for me.
10.
Yeah. There's a little irony blood smell to it.
I feel like this statue's kind of part of it. I wonder maybe if this blood like water is part of it. Maybe we give some to the statue.
I mean, I don't see the harm in trying that, other than when we get close to it, it tries to grab us and then bite us.
So I cast Mage Hand and pick up the vial of it and start moving it towards it.
Do
If
you
you guys
guys
are all right
think-
with it, I could take it over.
Do you guys think that
as
if it
long as
bit
none of us
me
get hurt.
and it drank my blood, the statue would get stoned?
If it feels things like that, I'm sure.
It would also
But
depend on how much you
funny
have.
because it's already made out of stone.
Oh, I see what you did there. You're a funny one.
Speaking of, Matt, is there any damage to this statue from my shatter spell?
Yeah, absolutely. It is still standing, though. As far as damage goes, you have not done enough to take it out of commission.
What about the door? Is there like anything on the door, or is it just a plain door?
The door itself, one moment. The door is a double door of polished iron.
Albus double door.
I'll say this. When you were up against it, you could see that it's not locked, but it is very solid.
I'm not gonna be able to open that by myself, you guys.
I turned to Trevor. I figure he might.
I mean, in the name of being polite, is this a situation where we knock first?
Well, I'm wondering if it's kind of like a establishment. You don't really knock to go into the store, do you?
I do.
Interesting fellow.
Well, what if the door is shut at the store and you don't know if anybody's inside yet and you tried the door and it was locked? Would you knock then?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Oh, and sorry, I forgot to address this, but Rain, your mage hand, the blood, it doesn't do anything. Nothing happens when you drop it on the statue.
Does the statue react towards the mage hand, or does it seem like particular about people?
It does not react to the mage hand.
Okay.
I will say, though, that when I was over there and we were, murdering that guy, the door didn't seem to be locked. So if it is like an establishment, like Rain here says, maybe we could just walk in.
I don't know. Like everyone was saying, being polite, being respectful. I really do think we should knock at the very least before we go in.
Feel like we knock, we wait for a certain amount of time, and if nobody answers, then we try to open the door.
I'm thinking like
Yeah.
a restroom type deal. You knock as you open up.
No, you got to give the other person a chance to stay occupied.
You miss out on a lot of fun in life if you do that.
I don't want to watch random people take a shit.
It's only half the time.
Well, I don't want to watch them peeing either. Like, if that's what you're into, that's fine. But like, your experience is not universal.
Gotta live a little.
While this is going on, I'm going to go toward the door and just kind of push it open.
So, you go to try to push the door open.
Oh, dang, it's a pull. No.
I mean, I do need you to make a
Yeah,
dexterity
yeah.
save.
I expected as much. It's all right. That is an 18.
Great. So you're able to duck down as its outstretched arms just miss you. But when you go to try the door, it feels like you need a consistent amount of strength to be able to open it all the way, not just like one massive burst. And what is your strength total?
It's a 10.
Yeah, you'd figure that maybe you need twice as much consistent strength as you have to open this door. Maybe
Woo! That's a heavy door,
total
fellas.
of 20 strength?
I'm going to need some help with this one. That's for sure.
I can try, but like, and I look down at my like 3 foot tall self, and I look at you guys being, I don't know how tall you guys are. I'm expecting significantly taller.
At least twice the height.
Yeah. I don't.
I think Trevor makes sure that the bedroll is still in his pack,
Great.
puts his pack on, and carefully approaches the door. I'm worried about the statue, frankly, but got no way about it. So
I'll say this. If all of you go up, like the rest of you, because Malden is already up there. If the 3 of you go up, you could position one person to the left, and I would only need that one person to make the dex save. The other 2 will be fine.
I can probably make a dex save. I can jump around.
Okay.
I think my strength is needed at the door. So
Great. I'll tell you exactly what you need to meet or beat. 16.
Could I assist by shooting a magical force blast to try to push the door with him?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. What you got?
So
My
I-
D20 is insisting on giving me 11s when I have a +4 and need a 16.
Ah.
So, you take half of your current hit points in necrotic damage as it goes up and drains you of your
Can
life
we
force.
see if it gets affected? Because she does have substances in her system right now, and I want to see if it's a like. There was the people who were on the drugs, and I drank their blood, and now I am a wizard.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody
Okay.
watches what we do in the shadows.
It's like when you afterwards you take a look and you do see it looks like it has a little smile on its face.
Nice.
Is it good stuff? Was it good? Yeah.
What is your strength, Luke?
What number am I looking at? Sorry.
You're just strength total, not the bonus, but your total.
The 17.
Great. So, total of 27 with the help of a blast from Rain. You guys are able to very quickly push the door open. And in this case, unfortunately, Dab did take a little bit of damage here, but it does seem
13 hit
a little happier now.
14.
Now, you are able to enter this chamber, and in this chamber, you see that there is a long walkway of smooth stone. And let me move that wall out of the way for y'all real quick, so you guys can see. Okay, you should be able to go in there now, but you see that there's this long walkway of smooth stone that stretches across a large square pool of black water. There are 6 braziers, 3 floating in the black water on either side of you that illuminates this large chamber, and the walls are decorated with delicate carvings. At the far end, you see a 20-foot high statue depicting an elf woman sitting atop a white throne. And at the foot of this statue is an ancient, desiccated figure, an iron chisel worn down to a nub in one loose hand. And, well, what do y'all do?
What was she chiseling?
Like,
Is there any indication of what she was chiseling?
oh yes. Oh yes. You can see that what this artist was chiseling was words, documenting. It feels as though whatever they were carving was the life story of the White Queen. And
what
as
language is it in?
Elven. And as you're contemplating this, all of you roll a perception check for me.
Add
11.
15.
Okay. Rain and Trevor.
6.
Okay.
17.
Hey.
Great. In this case, maybe you're more caught up in the writing itself, Dab. Rain, like as you're stepping in, I mean, in this case, maybe just wary of the statue, wary of potential threats from behind. You're paying a little less attention to what's in front, but Trevor and Malden see a slight mist flowing out from small vents at the base of the statue. And this mist begins to form right in front of the statue itself, in between the statue and Dab. And here is where you see the White Queen appear. And she stands before you. She looks quite similar to those statues, but with just a little bit more color as far as clothing goes. And with the statues themselves being made out of marble, even a vampire has a little more color than that. And she stands there. She looks a little annoyed. And she says, "You've woken me."
Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't realize that like coming in here would do that. We had a plan. I was gonna play you a song. We don't know what you eat, but he was gonna make breakfast. Like, I'm sorry, we were gonna try to do this a lot better. I didn't realize that we had already woken you up.
Guys, we forgot to knock.
Oh, we didn't knock.
She
I
looks
told you to knock.
Oh,
past
God.
all of you, and you see her eyes like settle on the like the remains of Threx. And she
No,
says,
oh,
"Go ahead."
I am really sorry about him. We were trying to tell him, you know, what we were gonna do, and that we just wanted to talk to you and like, you know, make you breakfast and everything. And like, he started attacking us. I am so sorry.
I chime in and cut her off, and I say, "It was all me. I did it. They had no clue what was going on."
Why?
We came to ask for your help. So I was at a talent show, and sorry, the vibe in here is just like really weird right now. We were at a talent show, and the ground started cracking open, and I'm sorry, what did you say the old man's name was?
Oh shoot, I forgot.
There was an old man, and he's a real sweetheart. And there was a big spike of rock that came out through the ground, and it stabbed him, and we saved him. And he told us that you would be able to help, with all of the rocks and the earth cracking open. And so we came to find you. We talked to your there's a village of people that worship you. Oh my god. Oh, they gave we have this. We have your amulet.
And you see her
They-
eyes flash for a second with anger, and she says, "Where did you get that?"
There was a priest, and he was in charge of the people who were worshiping you. It's a really, really lovely temple. Like, they have statues of you, and honestly, like, I thought the statues were pretty, and they don't do you justice, honestly. Like, damn, girl. But anyway, we were talking to the priest about how we were coming to ask you for help, and he gave us the amulet, because he thought that it would help us with that. Would
I
you
see.
like it back?
And when you have shown her that you weren't, well,
You can have it back
thieves.
if you want it.
then you do see a couple drops of blood flowing from her eyes as her face contorts in a face of despair in remembrance of her daughter. And she says, Please. And she reaches out a hand to take the amulet.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Please. Like, that is all you. Is there anything else? Like, I don't know. We can still make you breakfast. I don't know what you like to eat. I've also got, like, if you enjoy substances, we can, we can vibe with that. We can do something. I'm sorry, I've never met a vampire before. This is like a really long day, but also you're so cool.
I think Trevor, as soon as he sees the White Queen cry, he just internally goes into like, she is crying. I have to make this better. And he, huge risk here, but Trevor is going to get down on his knees, dig into his pack and pull out the bedroll. And he's going to do the manly thing and apologize to her and say, I got you this gift.
Great. In this case, she does look down upon the bedroll and looks like her eyes go down and then back up to you. And she says, I see. Your intentions are pure. But these happenings, these are natural, no?
I'm sorry, the earthquakes and everything that's supposed to happen?
They're not natural to anything I've ever seen.
It was, he called it like the Grendleroot?
Yes. All right, I need you to do a little persuasion for me. In this case, you will have advantage with the combined efforts. So,
Can Trevor say one final thing to maybe try and...
let's see.
I think in all his hours of reading, he didn't learn much, but all of it comes together in this moment to try and create a moment of poetry and prose to be convincing to the queen.
Give me
and
a
he will
performance.
A performance?
Yeah.
Oh, he's being so earnest. But he is going to say, these happenings may be of the natural world, but we do what we do for love. And what else could make us do unnatural things? And he thinks of all the times he tried to read a book and was really bad at it. All the times he sat quietly, even though he wanted to be outside, probably chopping logs. All of the moments when he gave up his interests for the interest of one he loved. All the times he went against his own nature for the person that he loved.
Great. So in that case, you can still roll with advantage. I'll drop the DC a little bit to a 15.
I still have to roll a performance check?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
With what you said, you don't have to.
I got an 11 first, and then I got a 13, which plus my persuasion check comes to a 17. Thank you very much.
Great. Excellent. So, she considers for a moment. And she says, yes, I see. Your words carry great weight. In that case, come with me. And she will walk past Dab, past Malden, past Trevor, past Rain, and start heading towards the village. Do you follow?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep, right behind her.
Trevor is full weeping.
Come on, buddy.
I'm the last one out. I'm sort of taking in the room.
Oh, but Trevor does leave the bedroll behind at the base of the statue.
Great, great. So, in this case,
Rainbow King.
as she leads the way, the statue does not move. She leads you past the village, and as she passes, you all see astounded villagers, and they immediately bow down, faces in the dirt, in reverence. And she takes you. She takes you back through to near the entrance, to where you saw that pond of black water. And she wades into it, leading you westward. West to just that little midpoint where there is this tree. This tree that you can see that it's formed out of a spire not unlike the one that you saw in the in the town, and skulls hang from some of these branches, as do small dolls and other offerings. And as she steps forward, she puts a hand against the tree, and you see her lips move as she whispers words, but these are words that no mortal mind can comprehend or replicate.
So I shouldn't cast comprehend languages.
Trevor is full nodding, pretending he's understanding every word. This
Also,
is good
I
stuff.
do want to say, as we walked through the village and all the villagers came out, Dad was like, "Hi guys, thank you so much for your help. We were able to find her. She's gonna help out. Thank you so much."
Fantastic. Well, she whispers these words, and all of you feel the chamber here begin to rumble, almost in response to her whispers, and then it quickly stops. And she turns to you all and says, "It is done. The Grendleroot will remain quiet for a time."
Thank you so much.
That's the best news I've heard all day.
Do you want us to like walk you back to your bed? Do you need anything to like help get back to sleep?
Some tea?
Yeah, I've got stuff.
She's got a great recipe for tea out here.
Yes, that one's not necessarily for sleep, but I do have some stuff that would like zonk you right out.
So, amidst that, what were Rain and Trevor doing? Are they just standing, watching, keeping an eye on things?
I'd be keeping an eye, and then before like any sort of topic change or walking away, I would just pipe up and say, "Is there not a more permanent solution we could arrange?"
Okay. She says, "No. It will remain quiet for perhaps years or centuries even. But the Grendleroot is fickle, and I cannot make any guarantees.
I'm sure it's long enough to fulfill my contract, so that's all I need to hear.
And Trevor, was there anything you wanted to say or do before we depart?
I think Trevor's just been like full weeping this whole time. Just like slow at first, but now it's like kind of embarrassing.
Great.
And just again, like, especially now that Rain has asked for like a permanent solution, I think he's worried that that was impolite and he doesn't want to cross the queen because like, you know, in his mind, like, the queen has just saved his love, so he's just going to get down on his knees and kind of in between sobs, like, say thank you.
Great. Sorry, Rachel, what was that? It sounded like you were muted.
Oh, I was just being really quiet. Just like reacting to Trevor doing that, like, hey man, it's all right. It's okay. Making a little back pat, like, it's okay. We got you're okay. We did it.
Use the soft fur of my fingers to just kind of like wipe the tears. It's all right, big guy.
Great.
Makes him cry harder. You're the best friend I've ever had.
I sort of grab him under his arm and try to like lift him up and say, "We've earned this. You shouldn't weep. You did some good work."
Excellent. So,
Not that weeping is a bad thing. If you feel like you need to cry, go ahead and cry.
at this point, with Trevor weeping, with everyone comforting him, with Rain having gotten some level of closure for his job being accomplished, with, of course, Malden and Dab offering some substances to the White Queen, we're going to fade away. And at this point, this is the end of our game, y'all. So, nice work, everybody. Y'all have solved my Vault of the White Queen puzzle.
Yeah.
Thank you, Griffin.
Through the power of friendship,
Um,
substance abuse.
it's not abuse. She uses very responsibly.
Okay, responsible substance use.
Thank you.
So-
It's to get her in touch with her art. If she was not going to be responsible about it, she would have eaten the glowing mushrooms and drank the water.
I almost did.
At this point, I would like each of you to think a little bit about like what might have happened in the aftermath, because I'm going to come to each of you as to what happened after you completed this mission. Where did your character go? What did you do? And the order I'll go in is, well, it'll be in the order of the character intros. So it'll start with Luke and Trevor. It'll go to Wesley and Rain. It'll go to Henry and Malden. And then finally, Rachel and Dab. So, I mean, y'all are able to successfully complete this, go back to the town. Gonkin is very happy, though he might be a little sad that you forgot his name.
Aww.
And
I was trying to remember.
Dab just didn't know anybody's name. This
I remembered once. I feel like that's good enough.
She doesn't know even the rest of the party's name.
Malden meets a lot of people. Everybody wants to meet him. It's fine.
All right. So, Luke, what happens in the time after successfully convincing the queen to quiet the Grendleroot?
It's kind of a melancholy ending, honestly. He returns to Dag Nabbit, and they have returned to the town where his beloved resides, and he unfortunately has the heartbreaking discovery that Dag Nabbit never had magic of any kind. He was a fraud. and Dagnabbit cannot remove the curse that is separating Trevor from Elisaria. And so, spending a night with his friends around a campfire after this heartbreaking discovery, he cooks for his adventuring party bake whale flapjacks, which are the one meal he never prepared. Which is the one meal he never prepared for Dagnabbit. It is a meal he has only prepared for Elisaria. And he explains to the adventuring party that this is a meal to be shared by the that this is only a meal he prepares for people he loves. And when the morning comes, he gathers his pack together and he walks out into the sunrise to find the magic user that will break the curse and reunite him with Elisaria.
Excellent. Thank you, Luke. Now we move over to Wesley. What happens with Rain?
So, upon leaving, I confirm that the people here are safe, and I immediately make my way back to town, and I call for a meeting with the person that put me on this job. But this time, as opposed to the first time, I call it in an alleyway where nobody is. And I wait for him to come meet me. And as I sort of start to hear footsteps, I'll cast darkness, which creates a 15-foot radius of magical darkness. And I swiftly approach him, and he just sees my serpentine eyes just glowing in the dark as I approach him. How much of that did you know would happen?
Maybe a little bit.
Vampires are a nasty business. Thought it was strange you asked me to save people. A bit easy for what I typically do. I expect payment in full, as soon as possible. Whether I have to take that up with you or your lord, I will see it done.
Yes, of course. I'll take you to him right away.
And then I dispel the darkness so that he can see now and lead me to where he's going.
Great. Great. And what he'll do is cast a little spell. And you know that it's not powered by his own power, but rather power that has been lended to him. And he creates a portal where you can go into the fugue plane, to the crystal spire, so that you can see and meet and be bestowed power from Kalemvor, Lord of the Dead, Judge of the Damned. And that will shift over. I'll leave it a little ambiguous. To Henry. Malden.
Well, Malden would probably help rebuild whatever was broken in the town, stick around, convince Dagnabbit to stick around for a little bit longer, and kind of tag along with Trevor, offering Dab a position in our little intrepid group as well. Going with Trevor, and just kind of in my mind, in Malden's mind, he's just like, this guy, he's my best friend, and now I've got someone to help, and another friend if she's up to join. And when all that happens with Trevor, when we figure out Dagnabbit's not a real magic user or anything, I promise to help him, and together we walk out into that sunset, and just kind of like one paw on his big shoulder and the other one outstretched for Dab running up behind us, and that'll be the end for Malden.
Now, Rachel,
Yes.
what happens with Dab?
I would like to think that when they're all sitting around the fire eating those Bakewell flapjacks, that she'd be like, so, because she's not smart, but she's wise. So, like, you've got a lot to say about love. And you mentioned that girl. Like, tell me about your girlfriend. Let's talk about girls. To sort of get some more information about what's going on with Elisaria. And also to ask Malden about, like, so, like, you know, you said you got that your lyre from your mom. Like, tell me about your mom. Let's, like, just chat and vibe. She's a little bit more wary with Rain because his vibe isn't quite right. Like, she sort of gets that there's something that's not all the way good about this guy. And she's like, I don't know if I want to know. I'm just gonna leave that one alone. I'm not gonna poke that dog. And then upon invitation to come figure out what is going on with Elisaria and help out Trevor, she's like, yes, totally am in. Do gotta talk to Milady about it first. Gotta, like, let her know everything's happening and that I'm okay. And also, you know, like, just come back from an adventure. There's some certain things you gotta do with your wife. But then yes, totally down. Let's do it.
Okay. Great. So, from there, I mean, that's the end of our stream, y'all. Y'all rocked it. Excellent work. We'll finish with final words from each of the cast, but before we get to that, big thank you to our viewers for tuning in. Y'all are amazing, incredible. I mean, without this, what is it all for, right? But then, big thanks to Sly Flourish for writing this adventure. I was able to get in contact with him to get permission to use this on stream, and he was very gracious about it, and I really appreciate that. Thanks to Wizards of the Coast for creating the system and the game itself in which we're playing. Thanks to Foundry for this virtual tabletop. One of these days I'll get the hang of it, and I'll be able to show y'all the pictures that I want to show you. But that day is not today. But thank you to each of our players here. You were absolutely wonderful. Excellent work. Clearing the challenges, taking care of threats, and saving the town. So, at this point, well, I mean, I'm going to go in the order of the stream for final words, so it'll be Rachel, Henry, Wesley, Luke. So, final words. Who are you? Who have you been tonight? And if people want to find you, how can they find you? So, Rachel, take it away.
I'm Rachel. I have been Dab for you this evening. If you would like to find me, howl at the moon.
Fantastic. Henry.
Well, I'm Henry. I was Malden, the Tabaxi monk, during this stream. And if you want to see more of me, you can check me out on Thursday nights where I stream video games on our Twitch channel, Night Raid Arcade.
Excellent. I've got a link to that in the Twitch. Make sure to follow, y'all. Well, Wesley.
I'm Wesley. I was Rain, the human warlock. And if you guys want to see more of me, I also stream on Night Raid Arcade every Sunday. So I will be playing tomorrow. And then the first 2 Saturdays every month, me and Henry stream together. So if you guys want to hang out, come check us out over there. It'd be awesome. And hopefully, I'll be back on for more of these because I like playing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And finally, last but not least, Luke.
Oh, still the least. I'm Luke. Tonight I have been Trevor Eckle, the half-orc barbarian. If you want to catch up with me, I am at Luke Howder across all my social media. And yeah, that'll do it for me. Have a good one, everyone.
Phenomenal. Thank y'all so much. And yeah, that'll be it for us tonight. Have a great night and take care, everybody.